Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Topeka Gaming Network. My name is Sunset's Brew, aka Zep.
I am Alandra, aka Lady Bedivere, aka Soporific Gaming.
And hello, my name is Pylos, aka King of Pylos, aka Nestor. Happy Tuesday evening.
And this is Deadlands. It is our Weird West tabletop RPG, and I'm going to stop introducing it there because I would be doing it a fucking disservice. So Alandra is going to introduce the game after we go over these shoutouts. What's going on, Crusader? What's up, Mod Light? What's up, Wicked, Unbidden, Omit, Skinslip, Warp, Bob? I see all you guys in there. How you guys doing? Wait, someone is missing. That is right. Lord Bonk is on assignment this week. He is not going to be playing today, but that doesn't mean that he isn't with us in spirit. I lost where I was going with that for a second, but he is in chat. Earthchild, thank you for gifting 3 tier 1 subs. Let's go! I think that is a wonderful segue. You can almost hear his voice. I should have done a bonk soundboard, like dunk, like, oh god, this is the perfect place for a stupid joke. Cue bonk, like.
Don't worry, you're gonna get to hear me do my impression of his character in about 10 minutes. So,
did you hear that, Bonk? He said you tell stupid jokes. That's what he basically just said.
Yeah, I mean, basically, nope. That's exactly what I said. Fight me, bro.
I'm so excited to run a game that is just these two for 4 hours. You have no idea.
Yeah, there's going to be certain points where we're just going to be bickering, and Alandra's going to be able to go to the bathroom. Warp Bob,
know, right?
Thank you for subbing for 10 months.
Yep.
You guys have been derailing me. I've been trying to do shout-outs for the last 30 seconds. This is Bonk's fault. Warp Bob, thank you for the resub. Earthchild, thank you for gifting those 3 subs. Cheesy Plays, thank you for the follow. Thantos, thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub. Geek Podcast, thank you for the follow. Lucky Lightman, thank you for the resub for 23 freaking months. Wicked Bloodshed, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Fake Trees, thank you for gifting 5 subs and resubbing for 2 years. Whoa! 24 months. For a second, I thought you were going to be like, 24 months isn't 2 years, dude. And I was going to be like... Wicked, fuck. Wicked Bloodshed, thank you for gifting 5 more tier 1 subs. Only for us, Speedster69, thank you for subbing for 7 months. And Earthchild, thank you for gifting 3 subs. And BLT Man 5, thank you for cheering 40 bits and resubbing for 1 whole year.
And people were getting down with subs last
night. Dude, oh yeah, it was a litty committee in chat last night for sure.
Most Liddy committee.
Speaking of oh man, Sunset's Brew has the new Sunset's Dew looking fresh. Crusader notices. Thanks. Nestor, do you want to talk about Prime Gaming for a second and how cool it is?
Did you know that if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can link your Twitch account to your Prime Gaming feature in Amazon Prime? I bet you didn't, but let me tell you about it. See, Prime Gaming, it allows you to get a free subscription to your favorite Twitch streamer every month. Maybe that's us. And if it is, you get access to our 5 tier 1 emotes. You get access to our reaction vids, which are our video overlay emotes that we make here in-house. You get access to our subs only Discord layer, and it directly supports the channel, which is I get really flustered here. That support is your contributions are visible on screen even today. I got a new light because of your guys' continued support. No, really, it does allow us to do things to improve the stream. Usually in our full-size studio, we have studio lights, cameras, microphones, and all that was made possible because of your guys' subs, and the subs that and the Prime subs that people use. So if you have a Prime Gaming subscription available to you, consider using it on the Topeka Gaming Network.
When do we get those new reactions? We're going to talk about that. Me and Pylos have a little meeting tomorrow to talk about a few things, including the 12 hour. Whoa.
I was like, uh-oh. He's
I'm signing us up for something right now.
Yeah. He's strong-arming me into 24. He's strong-arming me into 10.
We have a meeting on Wednesday to plan out how we're going to be executing this 12-hour charity stream for you guys, because like Pylos has been saying, we don't just stream for 12 hours. This is going to be a variety show of the highest form of entertainment. I promise you. 24-hour charity stream? I don't see a problem.
Brother, I'd have to sleep really well the night before.
Dude. Last year,
I did see the problem last year. You guys were barely alive at the end, but you did it.
Okay,
there's clips of me during Remnant, like
literally falling asleep.
Yeah, but I'm like, but my character is still definitely like, maybe he's like moving straight into a wall.
But you're just like,
yeah.
But to be fair, we probably would have been a lot better if we like weren't gassing ourselves with oil paints in the final hour.
Oh, totally,
dude. I went outside and I was like, oh, this is what fresh air is? It's freaking oil paints, man.
There's also like one really good clip of like me that you can definitely tell I'm sleepy and oil high, because I'm like listening to Bob Ross, and I'm just like, yeah, Bob, for sure, man. Whatever you say.
And then after that, Nestor wakes up. He's like, wait, no, wait, rewind. Like, wait. Yeah, so we're going to be doing that for you guys. Reaction vids on the docket. We're hoping to get those out super soon. Quarantine edition. We've been saying that for months now. But yeah, now we really mean it. The plan
was always to have it after the rebrand. Now that the rebrand's happened and we're falling into the normalcy of the new schedule, we are now planning the 12-hour stream, and all of that planning is going to include new Quarantine Edition reaction bits.
Bang. Let's react on into Deadlands. Alandra, what are we playing today?
We are playing Deadlands. Deadlands is a exciting jaunt into the weird Wild West. We are playing 20th Anniversary Edition, for those of you who are familiar with the different variants. So not the Savage Worlds variant that most of you have probably played before. Last week our unsuspecting group of heroes met, and this week we'll see if they can continue forward with their fun and exciting new quest, mission, assignment, whatever this is turning into. And who are those unsuspecting heroes? I believe you are first, Nestor.
Oh, me? Oh,
Nestor.
Sorry.
We're in a totally different order from D&D now, so we have to relearn everything.
No, I know, yeah, but we're and I'm thinking that I was still on the Zep started order. Anyway, I am playing Julio Hexam Juarez, who is by the description of the game, is a man in black who is a hunter of the weird, if you will, that keeps track of all of his weird experiences in the hopes of protecting and educating those who maybe don't have the ability to fight the weird. He is a tall 5'10", strong and lean, with a beautiful face like mine. And he carries a Colt pistol and a Derringer. And that is the most I will tell you about him for now.
I am playing Leon the Con Robinson. Leon was a deserter in the Union Army, originally a code breaker, and he intercepted a message from the agency about the slaughter of innocent lives and couldn't bring himself to stay with the cause any longer. He covered up all of his Union Army tattoos with massive black squares to remind himself that all the Army is just a bunch of cover-ups with no real authority. He now would really love who the agency is, who works for them, and what the fuck they're all about. You know, he looks like me, but cooler and with a knife in that picture. It's right there. That's what he looks like. And that's what Hexam looks like right there. Up there. That's it. That's all I got.
Excellent. So let's go ahead and do our ritual drawing of the fate chips. This is a mechanic for Deadlands, where at the top of every session we draw some chips that allow the characters to change their fate, and then I also get to draw some chips to use against them in horrible ways.
Do we want to like get a little? Do we want to get in the mood for this? Do we want to get a little fate chip pulling music?
Sure. I'm as smooth. Oh wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh wait, wait, Nestor. Actually, that was probably better than whatever I had. So you can just keep going. And Alandra, why don't you start pulling the fate chips?
'Cause I'm as smooth as Zep's new haircut. Oh yeah, it's as sweet as his fresh new dew.
Julio,
Yes.
you get one white and two
one
red.
Thank you. I'm good. Let's play the track.
Leon, you get 3 red. We are rolling
let's
high
fucking
tonight.
let's
go.
fucking
Jesus.
go.
Watch as I pull only white chips for myself.
Good. Oh, there's
I
probably a
still
lot
have-
of blue in there.
Well, it's so proportionately there are what's the math? 50 white, 25 red, and 10 blue total.
Oh shit. Okay.
Minus what we pulled last week.
Oh, why did I use my blue chip? I didn't realize how rare
it
blue
means
chips
it's back.
were.
It means it's back in the pool now.
Well, but
You
now
did
you're
it.
probably gonna draw it. Damn it!
Those are for me to make things fun for you later. I'll do that anyway. I can make up the rules because I'm the marshal. That's the fun of this system. Let me just mark those down so that I track them accordingly. We'll give them to Constance. She can use them later.
How dare she uses my own blue chip against me?
You don't know if that's your blue chip.
I put a mark on it. I saw it.
That is true. Zeb did drive over to my house to mark his chips to make sure that.
Without saying hi.
Yep.
Or
No.
anything.
Just snuck into the game room and marked up all the chips. All right, folks. Let's hit that sweet intro video, and then we will move right along.
This is Deadlands.
Go west, they say, and find your fortune. Trouble is, fortune is a wheel. Sometimes she can lift you to great heights, but just as swiftly she can crush you beneath the weight of all the world she carries. But that doesn't have to stop you. A lot of folks find the peculiar tenacity that drives them to fame and riches beyond their wildest dreams. So, if you've got the gumption, go west. Just keep all 3 eyes open if you do, lest you end up in the Deadlands.
Bow, 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 bow. Hey, the train's back.
Yay! So, when we last met, our 3 unlikely heroes met up in Chicago. They went on some adventures. They found a new favorite bar. They terrorized a teenager. And finally made their way. One of them nearly got arrested for a jewel theft that he did not commit. Some brunch was consumed. Some mysteries were explored. And most importantly, they met their new employer, Captain Constance Tenacity, formerly of the Union Army. She has hired them to escort her deep into the weird Wild West in search of her somewhat interesting younger half-sister, Prudence Montgomery. They're hoping to find Prudence and extricate her from the clutches of whatever shenanigans she has gotten herself into. And that's where we are now. Everybody hopped the train. Their incredibly benevolent benefactress bought a private car for them to travel in luxury and comfort. And they are headed west from Chicago. Been about 2 days on this train. I believe we established you guys left Wednesday morning, and it's now approaching Friday, and the trip so far has been fairly uneventful. Just a few little quirks here and there. One thing is that your benevolent benefactress is incredibly insistent that you all take advantage of the niceties of this incredibly fancy train, including taking your meals in the dining car for the full experience. In fact, she's almost aggressively insistent on it. To the point where, at one point, when Claude attempts to protest that he should stay behind and keep an eye on her, she simply pats his cheek and points out that it's not really any danger on a moving train, because no one can get to her, and almost physically kicks him out of the car. The other peculiarity that you notice is that you have yet to see her sleep. When you all go to bed at night, she's sitting in the corner reading her book. When you get up in the morning, she is also sitting in the corner reading her book. She does change at one point into a high-necked, long-sleeve blouse and a skirt, something a little more feminine than the suit she was wearing when you first met her. But aside from that, which clearly happened while you were enjoying one of your very elegant meals, she hasn't really moved from that chair that you've noticed. Around Friday evening. Not evening, mid-afternoon. You pull in to, Topeka, Kansas. You've made a couple of other stops along the way, usually fairly brief, you know, let people off, get new people on, do a little bit of, refueling if needed. But here you get to Topeka. You guys notice that somebody knocks on the door, speaks to Claude for a few minutes. And he turns to you guys once this conversation's finished and is like, "Hey, so that was Belle, the deputy conductor, and she says that we're gonna be stopped here for longer than we thought. There's, I guess, there seems to be some trouble up the tracks. They got to send somebody to go check it out. They're telling everybody that we've got to do a mechanical repair, but she told me that it's might be something else going on up ahead. So I guess we're gonna be sitting here for a few hours."
Can't you just go up there and just like lift the spike up? That's how you, like, that's basically how you fix a train, right?
Oh, so you're a train conductor now as well.
That's absolutely not how it works, but I see where you're going with that. I did offer to accompany them, but Belle said that it'd probably be just as well for us to stay here. You look over to Constance, and she is finally put her book down. Like, incredibly inconvenient. But I suppose we shall make do. Mr. Fox, perhaps I could prevail upon you to stay back here with me. I have some business I guess I will have to take care of from here. But Mr. Robinson, Mr. Juarez, perhaps you could go pick up my mail while we're here. And, you know, take some petty cash. Enjoy the town if you like.
How much cash we talking?
How much do you think you'll need? It's Topeka. There's not really much here.
I kind of give Julio the side eye.
Julio is like looks at him and goes, "Nay." Yes, Miss Tenacity, we will happily go and run the errand if you do not mind funding an evening of fun, if you will.
Certainly. As I've said, all expenses
And
will happily be covered.
he just puts his hand out, like waiting for the money.
She reaches into a pocket, pulls out and hands you 3 very crisp $20 bills.
Just so we're clear, say I make a few winnings on this, you're not expecting this back, right?
Your business is your business, and mine is mine. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
My tastes are a little more refined than Julio's.
I find that incredibly hard to believe.
Artisanal Julio, tell her about the artisanal beer.
Julio pockets the cash and pulls out the deck of cards and flicks out a card and catches it and hands it to Leon. It's the Joker, and then he walks away.
Constance goes over to her big old trunk that she brought with her, and you see she opens the top. When she opens this trunk, there's like basically like a tray that is set to the top, so all you can see in this as far as contents is just like papers that are on the top on this top area. And she rifles through a few of them and pulls out one and hands it to Julio. This is a signator's letter. If you present that at the post office or anywhere else, it will grant you the appropriate permissions to collect my mail or conduct business on my behalf if needed. Please use it judiciously.
Is there more business than just your mail we may need this for?
Can't imagine, but, you know, if you find yourselves in too much of a scrape, my name has a certain weight to it in certain circles.
Yes. Fair enough. And he puts that in his vest pocket.
Never mind.
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Nope. I'm all good.
Very well. Mr. Fox and I shall be here upon your return.
Did she hand me $60?
No, she handed everything to Julio. Look, you have like a persuade skill if you want to try to talk her into giving you more shit.
Nah, rolling a bust on Constance this early in the series just isn't worth it.
I like that was your incredibly rational, actually, concern. Yes.
And he also like does not actually care about money. He's just trying to get a rise out of people.
Oh yeah, no, he's trying to milk for info.
I'd say you.
I know.
You know how much money he has.
I do.
Big yikes. Yikes. And yeah, so I kind of like I just give her the wave. Nothing stops the mail.
No rain, no slate. Yeah, you are now free to head off into town. Let's talk a little bit about Kansas in the alternate history of the world. pretty much the thing you need to know is that it's called Bloody Kansas for a reason. It is the dead epicenter of conflict between the Confederate States, the Union States, and the Sioux Nation. Everybody wants a hold of Kansas. Nobody can quite get it. So it is just full of army, of gunslingers, of spies, and of ruthless shenanigans anywhere you look. Our version of Topeka.
Sorry, if no one like has claimed it, does it like have a governing body? Does it like, you know what I mean?
Yes. Formally, I believe it belongs. I should double check this. I did look it up before we started to make sure I had it right, and that was like 45 minutes ago. In my bloody Kansas. So Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Utah are what are considered the disputed lands. Obviously, Utah is Deseret. It is currently ruled over by Brigham Young as the president. I believe Kansas is technically... Oh, it does not specify. It is unincorporated territory. It is whoever lays claim to it this week.
Okay, so it's like got a municipal government, like that kind of just, and then like they basically just take orders from whoever killed the last mayor, basically.
Yeah, it's it is functioning as a fairly lawless town. It is whoever has the most guns this week runs the place. As a result of all of this conflict, of course, it is not really as built up or as industrialized as it could have been in say another timeline where the Civil War was already over. It's pretty much, I mean, it's a fairly large town. It is fairly populous. It is one of the major cities in this area, and it has Topeka specifically has a decently grounded seat of the Union officers that have been in control for a significant enough time in this city that there's some actual, municipal laws that have been established. There's a mayor, there's a sort of, unit of soldiers that function as a sort of local law enforcement. But you still have a lot of raiders coming into the surrounding areas. You've got tentative functions between the Texas Marshals and the agency coming in and out with their sort of secrets and lies all the time. And you have, trade and such, because there is a rail line here. It's a rail station. So you do have traders coming in from the Sioux Nations as well to exchange goods via the railroads if they don't use the northern line.
Sounds like a super stand-up place to hang out.
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing that could possibly go wrong in this
100%.
Fairly normal
Very
and
safe.
completely safe town. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, well, I think that Julio wants to take care of the easy task first and get a refill on his flask.
Excellent.
So I would like to find the bar.
Yeah, and as we're walking to the bar, I kind of want to get up next to Julio a little bit closer than probably half a step closer than would be normally acceptable, and kind of lean over. Hey, so you think that when she said that her name kind of carries some weight, then maybe we should wait till right before we're going back to get the mail, so to speak. Think that make us a target?
I think that if her name made us targets, we would have gotten shot when we got off the train. Or at least followed.
When he says that, I want to take a big sweeping like.
And Julio grabs his head and he goes, I thought you were a soldier.
And then I just kind of I kind of look at him and smirk. Quick, do a double take. It's better to see if anyone's actually following us and know about it now. And I want to like quickly do like a scrutinize or something to see if anyone was like has like actually like made any like movements or perk their attention of somebody like
Doing the swing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, totally. Yeah. If you're actually now taking the time to do like a really careful assessment, I will let you use your
it's
scrutinize.
the move was kind of like a like the give him the fake and then like scan to see if anyone like reacted.
See who reacted.
like
Yeah. Totally.
but-
And yeah, go for it. If you would also like to make a cognition or a scrutinize,
I'll make a call. I'll make a
You're-
cognition.
welcome to see if you notice anything.
do you want me just to do a cognition or do you want me to do scrutinize?
If you're really taking the time to like give it a good second look, I will let you use scrutinize.
Well, I'd rather use cognition. No, I'm kidding. I will
No,
use
I was
scrutinize.
I was gonna say, you keep pitching scrutinize, and so I thought it was because
Oh
you had,
well, I mean, it's just my high. It's the aptitude that I would use. But if you let me just roll a trait,
you could
then
just
I'll...
you could just roll straight cognition.
Okay,
I rolled a 7. Anyway. on to-
Jesus Christ.
11. That's a really good roll, y'all.
I was gonna say, Leon sees
Someone got
God.
Not to cognition. He's always been that good.
Yeah, he's always
okay.
he's always been a cognitive boy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because he's a code breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
Julio, you find 3 bars right off the bat. As you look around, you're just like, oh, that's probably where. Oh, that one also looks good. Ooh, that one's got a line, so that might be the good bar. You very quickly can spot those down the street. John, what do you spot? You don't see. It doesn't seem like anyone is specifically like picking you guys out or following you right now, but you do. There does seem to be a little bit of attention directed your way from a female soldier who is much further down the platform. She seems to have kind of... You guys have caught her attention.
Don't you guys me. It's always Julio.
You're the one who just put up the big fuss. You don't have any way of knowing what got her attention. Everyone loves to look at Julio regardless. That should be just a... You don't even have to roll for that. He just walks in. No, there's a female soldier who is looking your way, who seems to be specifically looking your way. There are a couple of like railroad workers passing by who are giving you guys glances, and you see the deputy conductor, the woman with the knife scar, who Claude has talked to a couple of times, whose name you now know is Belle. You see her, like, specifically watching you guys leave. She's on the train still. She's, like, on, like, one of the ends of one of the cars. She was talking to some of the workers, and you see her, like, specifically clock you guys leaving.
I kind of, as Julio is finding the bars, I kind of look back at Belle and just give her a...
Yeah, she'll just give you sort of a little, like...
All right,
Sorry.
Julio, what are these bars named?
Oh God, I was kind of I was gonna lean on chat for that one.
There is one called Harry's.
Harry's. Okay.
There is always one called Harry's.
Got it.
Just
Okay.
everywhere we
two
go.
More
Everywhere
bar
we go.
names.
Make it quick,
You got Dusty
Or I'm
Dusty
Spittoon.
gonna-
Spittoon.
right?
And the rusty bucket.
and the rusty bucket.
We're all about
Which
the
are not far
adjectives
off
here in
from each
Topeka. Yep. Yeah. Harry's is the one that's got a little bit of a line outside of it. You're not entirely sure why. They could be waiting for it to open, or there could be something else going on the kind of the porch area. Hard to tell from here. And then the Dusty Spittoon and the Rusty Bucket both look like pretty standard, like the bar is on the bottom level, and then the top level probably has some sort of either rooms to rent or is where the ladies of the night set up shop. Or both.
Okay.
That's Harry's.
That's all of them.
Oh,
All three of them, really.
Okay.
All of them look that way. So yeah, I think Julio kind of looks at the one with the line and says, "Well, whiskey can wait, but it should never wait that long." And turns to start walking towards.
I like hit him right on the chest. I mean, I don't see a line. Do you see a line? And I'm looking right at the one that has a line.
Did you have more whiskey to drink at the bar car?
I mean, I see a crowd of fans waiting to welcome the best patrons that the bar's ever seen.
Julio's intrigued and he goes, "Okay, I'll play your game. Lead the way."
Okay, here we go. Just follow my lead and look important. And I immediately start walking straight towards the line at Harry's.
Great.
Christ. Okay. Yeah. Julio will follow him.
And I just walk, basically I just walk straight past the line, right up to the door, and just give the bouncer a little nod, and then stand aside, and then give Julio the enter.
Well, as you walk up to the door, I'm gonna need you to make me a dodge roll.
Both of us? Or just me, because I'm walking in first.
No.
So, as he goes up to the door, as he gets ready to gesture to let you pass, so it's Leon because he's in front, I need Leon to make me a dodge roll.
Yeah. Easy, no problem. Leon's great at dodging. That's gonna be a 3.
Great at dodging? Responsibility. Hey, at least he didn't bust.
Yep.
Yeah, so you go towards this door, you walk past all these people who are standing on the porch.
Mr. Marbles. Lots a long time.
Marbles.
Can't stay, but keep
You're a
being
god.
gods. Dude, no, you keep being a god. Thank you for something for 14 freaking months. Now, tell me how I get clocked.
So yeah, you walk up to this door, and as you start to go to turn to gesture for Julio, and as you do, you are hit square in the chest with the man who is being physically thrown out of the bar. So you just go down to the ground under this dude.
Julio steps up to him and steps up to his head and looks down at him. And then looks down at the guy who just got thrown out.
Yep. Guy who just got thrown out is just on the ground. It looks like he was probably in a fight prior to getting thrown out. He looks a little rough around the edges. And there is a dude who is standing in the doorway who was just the thrower, who's just kind of looking friend okay?
Julio grabs the arm of the guy who got thrown out and lifts him up, and he's like, "I think he'll be okay. What did he do?"
Oh, nice. Okay. And Alex is Crazy Mike's just crazy.
Ah, yes, of course. Crazy Mike is probably just crazy with a name like Crazy Mike, and so he finally reaches over to Leon and picks him up, helps him up. He goes, "Well, what did this one do?"
Shouldn't have been standing in the doorway. That's why all the boys are off to the side. And he points to the rest of the crowd, several of whom are just chuckling.
Well, now that we've got that out of the way, and I look at Crazy Mike, it's a good thing you hit me and not him. You would have. You already got thrown once. You don't want to get thrown again. But we're here, and we are ready. Would anybody like a challenge?
Crazy Mike grabs your shirt and gets really close to you and is just like, don't, you have to be careful. You can't just go challenging people like that. That's how they find you. That's how they come and they find you and they look for the biggest guy in the room or the smartest guy in the room because that's what they're looking for. That's what they want.
And I very slowly just take Crazy Mike's hand off of my chest.
He's just staring at you. His eyes are the entire size of his head.
Maybe that's what we want, Michael. Now, move along.
He looks at you and he looks to Julio and he goes, I warned you when they come for you, and you can't, and you're fighting, and you're stuck inside your own head, and you can't find your way out. And they tell you, and they laugh. Just remember, I told you they would come for you. He, skitters off down the street.
Mr. J, your table's waiting after you, my friend.
Julio 100% does not hide his confusion. He's like, this is your, doesn't say this out loud, but his face just says, this is your fucking plan? He goes, and he pats the guy who just threw out Crazy Mike. He just pats him on the shoulder and walks in.
Yeah, that guy just kind of, looks at you, looks at Leon, looks at the rest of the guys, and just like, we're fine, everybody come back in, all your drinks are still on the table, motherfucker. That dude lumbers back in, gets back behind the bar.
See? What line?
There is not a chance that I will ever believe that you knew that there was a fight happening inside this bar. But nice job anyway. Your confidence could win poker games. And Julio heads on over to the bar and asks the bartender his name. Hello, Senor Julio Juarez.
Harry of Harry's. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Are you related to the Harry in Chicago?
It's the 5th most popular men's name in America, so maybe.
So no relation to the one in New York either?
I mean, I have a cousin Harry in New York, distant cousin, but I don't remember if he runs a bar or a bootlegging ring or went into the Navy. One of the three. We don't.
It's easy to get those confused.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of all the same thing, right? After a certain point.
Yes. Well, I don't want to be a bother to you, but
if you're
you
buying drinks, it's no bother. That's literally my job.
He pulls out his flask. He goes, "Are you one to help a traveler?" And he puts the flask down.
I could probably navigate that. What's your poison?
And he just kind of gestures to one of the top shelf whiskeys.
Yeah. Harry goes over, grabs one, starts filling your flask. So, you just passing through, or what's your deal?
On a train that's broken down and trying to find out what makes Kansas special.
Special is a correct word for it, sir.
Well, Harry, if you landed here, that has to be something that keeps you here.
Yeah, 6 kids that I gotta feed.
They are special. That is your special Kansas.
Again, an excellent word for it. Yeah. No, I mean, look, I'm giving you shit because you're from out of town, clearly, but yeah, no, came here with the rails, got a good thing going when I won this bar, and Figured might as well ride it out till somebody takes it from me.
How'd you win the bar?
Which
Oh, I shot a guy.
It's that easy?
I
I'm just
mean-
kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You gotta be a real good shot, but,
how
Do I look like I'm a good
which-
shot? No.
which rail did you come this way with?
Oh, I did contracts with pretty much all of them except, Bayou, so, last contract was with Union, which is how I ended up here.
Are there many like you in this area?
Railman? Always.
No. Ones without particular loyalties.
Look, there's a few of us ended up out here. More that have specific loyalties they'd like to enforce, unfortunately. But for a few of us, just wasn't worth it anymore. Our only loyalty is to ourselves and our own.
And if I was a man, say, looking for someone or looking for information, are there men with loyalties here that could be bought?
Oh,
Or and then he pulls out a deck of cards. One, and he starts fiddling with the cards.
yeah, there are a few of those around. Let's make it clear that I do not get involved in such business. However, if it takes place within my establishment, as long as it does not cause trouble for anyone else, I will look the other way. Your best bets are going to be to find Maggie or Ken.
Well, I appreciate you, Harry of Kansas. We're in Topeka, right?
We are in Topeka, and
Yeah.
will be
Harry
all
of
night.
Topeka. No. I'm just making sure. Because I remember you saying that, but then I forgot whether or not we for sure were or not.
Yes.
So
we're
I
definitely in
said, oh well, thank you, Harry of Topeka, and I put a $20 bill on the table and walk away, and then I take 120 and I put it into Leon's chest, and I put the other one in my pocket, and I put the flask in my vest where it lives.
Yes.
I looked
Now
at
we
Harry.
both have spending money.
And I looked at Harry and can I get two top shelf neats and take it out of that? And I just poke at the $20 bill on the table. Because obviously $20 is like way more than a flask full, right?
Yes. No.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Like that's
No,
that's what I'm
he-
getting at.
Oh, no, I get what
No,
you're
no,
getting
you
at.
got
He's
it.
still giving you a dirty look. Because he just kind of looks like, would you like that in 2 glasses or 1?
Whatever's easier.
Yep, he just pours you a double pour of whatever top shelf thing you indicated, or if you didn't,
It was
whatever the first
same
thing he grabs.
same
Same
bottle.
bottle.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. He pours you a double and just slides it down the bar and goes to make your change.
And
Actually, no, he doesn't, because Julio gave him $20 and walked away. So he just takes the
Yeah.
20 and pockets it.
Yeah, and I just kind of look at him. Cheers, Harry, and I down half of the drink.
Did you take a hankering that I forgot about? I
No.
thought only Claude had hankering. Okay, I'm just curious. We award points for leveling up in this game based on how well people play their characters. That is literally a
he's-
mechanic, so I like to keep track.
I mean, it's really more of the function RPing my outlaw hindrance of
That's totally.
whenever I'm getting a drink for free, I'm taking it.
Oh yeah, no, that part I tracked with. Cool. Julio, were you headed out of the bar or just over to a table?
No, I walked out. So
Okay.
I walked out and waited outside the front door for Leon, but did not see him con 2 drinks out of
Yes.
my
Out
my
of-
$20. Yeah.
And to be fair, half of that $20 bill is mine.
But when Leon gets outside, the first thing Julio says to him is, "Did you tip him any extra for the shots?"
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the money.
Oh. One day, you know what? Let's just find the post office.
You know, post
And I
office,
keep walking down
or
the street.
we're gonna go try and find Maggie or Ken.
Julio turns to Leon and goes, "You're looking for information? What exactly are you looking for information for?"
Look, can you keep a secret?
No.
Then fuck off. Let's go to the post office.
Yeah. Of course. And he starts to walk towards the post office, fiddling with his cards.
Totally.
And I walk behind him, kind of letting the glass glisten with the whiskey in the sunlight. I just walked out with it.
Yeah, I was about to say, oh, did you walk out with the glass? Yep.
Oh yeah.
Making a note of that. Yeah. You can probably... Main Street is not super large. There seems to be the one main drag that you're on that has the train station kind of down toward the end of it. And then if you kind of look down side streets, there's another street 1 block over that also seems to have a fair number of buildings. So you can easily just take 5 minutes to kind of wander around and you will be able to find the post office, or you can stop somebody and ask. Whatever you prefer.
I'm trailing behind Julio. So
Sorry, Alandra, I lost you for a second there.
Okay.
Electrodon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Topeka Gaming Network. Time for hydration.
Indeed. You may either ask someone where the post office is, or you can probably find it with 5 to 10
Oh
minutes
yeah,
of just walking around.
yeah, I would just walk around. Yeah.
Just figuring out if I needed to pull any more NPCs out of my bucket. Oh, Topekans. Yep. Yeah. About takes like I say, it takes about 5-10 minutes, and you're able to find the post office. It is attached to a very large general store. They share a wall. In that weird way of this is the first building that we popped up here when we started building buildings, and so we just built one big one with the 2 most important things in it, and then everything else popped up around. You pop in, and there's a young woman sitting behind the counter.
Ah, perfect. No, Julio walks up and says, "Hola, señora," and hands pulls out the envelope, places it on the table, and slides it over to her. "I'm here to retrieve some mail for a colleague of mine."
Certainly. Let me just take a quick look here, and I'll head to the back and see what the postman's brought. She takes a look. For reference, this envelope, or this paper that Constance is giving you, very nice paper. It is basically just has a little written thing out that basically says that the bearer of this letter can do business on behalf of this name and whatever. And it has a big old wax seal on it, very old school wax seal
Yeah,
with a
Totally.
family crest looking thing on it.
Badass.
Okay. Yeah. Again, just further hammering home the impression of this woman is very old money somehow. So the little blonde gal behind the counter takes this thing, she looks, she kind of gets the name and scurries to the back, comes back 5 minutes later with a stack of papers. It says, "Here you go. Let me see. It looks like we got 3 telegrams and this 1 envelope that Must have gotten forwarded ahead from somewhere. Here you go.
Thank you, Senora. And he like takes a look at them and sees who they're from.
Yes. What would you like to look at first? The envelope, or the sealed envelope, or the 3 telegrams? You
So I
can
don't
just-
want to open them. I just want
The telegrams
see where...
can just be read. Like they are not concealed in any way. You can just read them. Only the envelope is sealed. So if you would like to read them,
Okay,
you don't
yeah,
have
so
to.
no, I'd like to read the telegrams.
Excellent. The first one is dated as being received 5 days ago. It reads, possible sighting, Memphis, BR line, will attempt midline boarding to prevent evasion.
Okay, and the next one?
The second telegram is dated from 7 days.
Sorry, to attempt what?
Will attempt midline boarding to prevent evasion.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Second one is dated from 7 days ago. Was being received 7 days ago. It reads, Ghost alert at Maze border DNC. Ghost and Maze
Okay.
are both capitalized.
Okay.
The third telegram is written in French. Does Julio speak French?
No.
Okay,
Neither
You-
does Leon.
great. You can recognize a couple of things, even without fully knowing the language, though. You do recognize New Orleans is written in there. And you see what is presumably a name, Beauregard Montgomery.
Can you refresh my
and then-
memory? Sorry. Can you refresh my
No,
memory
go ahead.
where the maze is? I
The
know
maze?
that's a place. Is that in California?
Yes, the maze is what the remains of California are
Got
referred
it.
to as, since half of it is underwater now. So
Copy.
it's called the California Maze, yes.
And then I turn to look at the lady and say, sorry, miss, this might be just outside of your reach for information, but I'm looking for a friend of a friend, an acquaintance, really. Her name is Maggie.
Oh! Yeah, what are you looking for her for?
Well, my friend here was in the service with family members of hers, and we were just instructed to come see her in the case we should ever find ourselves in Topeka. Rumor says she makes a good host, but apparently that rumor might be wrong.
Oh, I mean, might be right. Not sure how you know any of her family, though, because my whole family moved out here when the war started. She gives you a wink.
I roll my fucking eyes so far. Just
Yo, is your friend there having a seizure?
No, Miss Maggie.
That's me. Sorry, I like to vet and find out who people heard from first.
Well, did you find out who I heard from or not?
No, but if you'd like to tell me.
Oh no. It really doesn't matter, I think. Ma'am, I know that you're particularly well connected, some might say.
It's a good way of putting it.
He takes down a pen and a piece of paper just like off her desk and writes down the name Constance Tenacity and puts it on the and slides it back to her. Puts it on the table. Have you ever heard of this woman?
I mean,
And then he like holds up the service note, like the note that allows him to do his on behalf, and says like, and puts it back in his pocket.
I have certainly heard of the Tenacities.
Mm-hmm. And in your, say, travels, have you met any of them?
At this point, I want to just like very, very suddenly and sharply just put my foot right down on your foot.
I'm wearing boots, so okay.
Yeah. No, but like just and like just I don't want her to see it, but I want to just like tap your foot. Just no.
Julio like disregards it, but not ignores it. He just is kind of,
Yeah.
you know, and he goes, actually, you know what? Maybe we could have a talk over a drink.
You must be some sort of gentleman, because nobody ever offers to buy me a drink first. They usually press for information and then buy me an apology. It's real sweet of you.
Well, Maggie at the post office, I want to make sure that you're taken care of.
Mighty kind of you. I will be here for about another 30 minutes till we close, but then I could meet you somewhere.
Excellent. Have you heard of Harry of Topeka?
Oh, Harry. He's a real sweetheart.
His cousin is in New York and pours a better glass of whiskey. But why don't we meet at Harry's?
Excellent. I'll find you there in maybe about, 35 minutes. Give me time to powder my nose once I close up.
Sounds great. And he turns around and walks out.
Cool.
And hopes that Leon follows him. And then when he gets to the door, and when Leon gets out the door, he like turns and looks at him and goes, "What exactly is your goal here if we cannot make communication with the people who have information?"
Look, what do you want to know about Constance?
Who she is. Why does anybody offer me money? Do you know who I am or what I do?
And I just like pull him over to the corner, like just like around the door, and just like put my arm over him, talking really fast. Captain Constance Tenacity of the New York 13th. You heard of the Schenectady Sirens? That right?
Schenectady.
Schenectady.
Yeah. Look.
Oh, don't worry. I was messaging Alandra last
Yeah.
week. Like, how the fuck do I spell this? You better hit me
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Synecdote.
Yeah.
Not spelled the way it sounds, but yes, Schenectady.
I spelled it phonetically.
Totally valid. But yes. Yes, of the New York
Yeah,
13th,
of
the
the-
Schenectady Sirens.
The Schenectady Sirens. Look.
Are you just repeating to me what she told me about herself?
Look. She may have told you that, but you may wonder why she has all this old money shit. She's not old money. The amount of old money she's killed is insane. And I know this first fucking hand.
Mm-hmm. And does the fact that the money comes with blood bother you?
No, but in a place like Kansas, it sure as shit bothers 1/4 of the people who live here.
So, if a man holds a gun to to your head, you wouldn't like to know why he's holding it there?
How does that analogy have to do with not trying to draw attention to who we're working for?
Well, if we are going to risk getting shot for Miss Constant Tenacity, I would like to at least know why 1/4 of the people in this shithole of a town want to shoot me. And he walks away.
And then I just like scream after him, because there's a high likelihood that she's killed their fucking daddy.
There's a high likelihood I've killed their daddy.
Then why are you asking questions? And I just start walking after him.
And I intend to be walking. Oh, you know what? While I'm walking, actually, I would like to take a look at the envelope and see where that's coming from.
Certainly. It is a very official looking envelope. I have to find where I wrote this. There we go. It has a United States Army seal, Union Army. And it has a typewritten address that says that is addressed to Executor, Tenacity Estates and Holdings, with an address in Chicago. You would recognize as being the address of the building where you went to meet Constance. And someone has handwritten on the edge of the envelope, Traveling Union Blue, forward down line until pickup.
Okay. As he's looking at the note, and Leon is catching up to him, he finally just like kind of turns to look at him. He says, "Look, as far as I'm concerned, there is nothing wrong with a little bit of investigation and knowing who you're working for. If you disagree, that's fine. But a city like Topeka has not killed me yet, and I do not think that today will be the day it kills me."
What are you trying to find specifically?
Oh, God, man, I don't know. What do you know that I don't?
Look, she was an assassin. She is bad people.
Okay. That's it. She is bad people. Looking for her sister on a westward trip across the country and godforsaken lands.
Sure. Let's go with that.
So then why are you here?
Well, because I got a job. That's it. It's out here for the money. Nothing else. And the free drinks. I take another swig.
Okay. Well, then enough of what I like to do in this city. Why don't you tell me what you think Topeka holds for you?
Oh, you know what's funny is, and I can I see those telegrams?
No, he folds them and puts them in the vest. That's part of what I want to do.
Well, what I wanted to do was look for information, but one of those telegrams already has it.
See, for a man who has so many questions about what I'm doing, you won't tell me much about what you're doing.
And I just get in close. You keep a secret?
Sure.
That wasn't so hard. Look. Now that's a verbal fucking contract.
This isn't California.
Technically, nothing is California because it's
Exactly.
half underwater.
I know. And then I'm gonna get in close. Look. How much do you know about the agency?
Group of, I don't know, people who fancy themselves a little bit better off than they actually are.
Yeah. Constance? I don't care what she says. She works for him.
Okay. So what?
The ghost? That's who I'm trying to find.
So it's never just a job, Mr. Robinson. And he like pulls out the. I had to remember what it was. He pulls out the telegram and hands it to him.
I want Julio to make me a cognition roll. Or anything else you want to notice what's going on around you, and I'm looking to see what...
What about me?
I have a roll for you. I'm just trying to figure out if it's also straight cognition, because it's basically like a... In D&D equivalency, it would be like a history or a perception, but it's to remember something. As opposed to spot something. So I'm just looking to see if there is something that is more appropriate than just
It could be
cognition.
an area knowledge, maybe?
It's not that kind of
really.
info. Go ahead and just
Could be-
roll this either cognition or knowledge, just straight up.
Well, I would much rather roll cognition.
Because it's for you to remember something.
If it's for me to remember something, it would... I really want to roll cognition because I'm much better at it, but I think knowledge is probably like the roll that I should be making.
Great. It's a low target number, so don't agonize over it.
So I agonize over everything, Alandra.
Or do agonize over it. Fine by me. You
Or
both
should you roll
did-
the same
Dude,
thing?
I
You will
aced
kill
twice. Yeah, but I
Dang,
aced
kids.
twice though on that to get my number.
Well done, y'all. So
Wait, what was your dice?
it's 2d6.
Oh no,
So-
you're right. So no, it's just a one ace. Sorry, I thought I was rolling d4. I thought I was rolling d4s. Yeah. So we both rolled 11s, by the way.
Yes, I did see that. Yeah, you did so
I
good.
actually would have had to ace. Oh no, never mind.
Okay, we're still learning. It's fine.
Yep.
The real point is, yeah, both of these things happen very easily for you. You guys are having this whole conversation. You hand Leon the stack of telegrams. As he does that, Leon, what you realize is as he says, here you go, Mr. Robinson, you realize that Constance called you Mr. Robinson earlier, but you have never told her your last name.
Totally.
Like, it suddenly triggers of like, wait a second. I have not told her anything about me. I assume you have probably barely spoken to her on the 2 days that you guys have been on the train.
Nope.
Mostly
Yeah.
because she is just sitting in that corner reading the book every time you guys see her.
I also hate her
Except when
guts.
she reminds you guys to go, like, eat. Like, she is very engrossed in whatever the hell that novel is, apparently. As you're having this realization, Julio, you notice that you get that feeling kind of on the back of your neck, like maybe someone's looking at you. And as you kind of glance over, you see a female soldier, dark hair, who is exiting the general store and has kind of stopped and is giving you guys a little bit of a look. It doesn't seem to be aggressive. It's trying to place you guys, sort of.
Do I see her?
Yeah, she's leaving the general store and she's kind of like taking a pause as she spotted you guys.
I turn to her with my deck of like card hands and kind of give her like and then like slide the cards out of my saluting hello hand down to the bottom hand and start like kind of shuffling and looking back at her as though I know her.
This is, and as I kind of see that unfold, she's the one that I clocked earlier, right?
Yes, you can
Okay.
easily see her. She's not in any way trying to hide this. Yeah, it's definitely the same woman who you caught the attention of on the train platform.
And I kind of like just whisper over to Julio. Yeah, she's been following us.
Julio turns to Leon, deadpan, and goes, "She's my sister," and starts walking towards her.
This is in character.
So good.
And I wait, I wait about 100 feet back from whatever's going to happen in this situation.
Great. Yeah, Julio, as you start walking towards her, she takes the cue and also walks up to you. And as you guys get close to each other, she goes, "Hector, for a man who said he was going to be laying low, I am so sorry, you are not Hector."
No, I am not, but you can tell me more about Hector if you'd like, while I help you with your goods.
Just cigarillos, but I appreciate the offer.
Yes. Who is Hector?
Hector is a colleague of mine. The last time I saw him, he said he would be lying low for a while, so I was very surprised and concerned to see him so out in the open here.
Easy to find a reason to be laying low here in Topeka, huh?
Oh, yes. Topeka or Denver or any number of places where he has been of late, so.
And what is your... You know what? You don't have to tell me. I am sorry to disappoint you.
It's never a disappointment to meet a handsome stranger. But I imagine you must hear that a lot.
No, actually. Not ever. And then he kind of holds up their cards. He goes, "People tend to like you less when you're taking their money." Fuck, I don't know what to ask this lady.
While this is happening...
So you're a soldier. But go ahead. You can
say, while this is happening, I want to kind of like sidle over so I can maybe see like the back entrance of the post office, and I want to try and clock Maggie leaving.
Okay. Yeah. There's a back entrance because there's like a back mailroom area, so you can totally post up, like around the corner or kind of, in the alley behind a barrel, something. You can find a place to sort of stealthily, like, I'm just having a smoke and hanging out, sort of, whatever, if that's what you want.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make it so she doesn't notice. And I'm being very obvious about it.
Great.
I'm not hiding.
Even better, then I don't need you to roll stealth. We don't have to do contested stealth versus cognition.
Nope. Carry on.
Yeah, post up. So you said, are you a soldier? Or you are a soldier?
Yeah. So I said to her, so you are a soldier?
Yes, Lieutenant Paloma Flores, stationed here.
Palomar Flores.
Yes, my mother wanted me to be a dove, sweet and innocent, and instead she got a soldier.
Raised a killer.
Don't we all these days?
That is the world we live in, Palomar. Can I interest you in a drink? And he gestures back, and when he gestures back, he looks for Leon.
You can probably see Leon. He's just like leaning up against the side of a post office, just like about 100 feet away or so.
If you're on the side of the building, then you're actually between the buildings because you guys were on the main drag, so you would actually I think be between.
Well, then
buildings.
Leon is nowhere to be found.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I
Terribly
offer
sorry.
her a drink.
I'm terribly sorry. I think I have frightened your friend off.
Friend is very generous of you, but whatever he's doing, I'm sure he will be just fine.
Better than that?
Do you prefer the what is it? The rusty bucket and the tasty spigot?
Dusty Spittoon and the Rusty Bucket. We just name all of the bars in this town after gross objects you can find inside of them.
Do you prefer the dusty spittoon or the rusty bucket? God, that took a lot of effort for me to say.
That was a lot. Yeah, I have a note, and I have to look at it every time I have to say it too. Truth be told, soldiers are not very popular in this town. They usually drink alone and at home. But given the option, rusty bucket's not so bad.
Right. Then let's have a drink at the Rusty Bucket. You can tell me about what it's like to be a soldier in Topeka.
Very well. You guys go to the Rusty Bucket, grab a table, and have a drink. I'm doing some math in my head to figure out timing. Great. Because you've got about 15 to 20 minutes before Maggie is off her shift. So.
Got it. Okay.
Do you want to ask?
Bars named after things like that will give you tinnitus or tetanus.
Tetanus. Yep.
And maybe tinnitus, to be fair.
There are some very loud bar fights that happen to be
It is named
dark.
Rusty.
Is there anything specific that you would like to ask Paloma about?
Yeah, how do soldiers end up in Topeka? That's the question that I want answered very simply is, how does a soldier end up in Topeka if Kansas is such a heavily disputed area and there's no true winner?
Totally. Yeah, she will chat with you about that, and basically what she explains is that the Union Army has, in the last 6 months, tried to push a very distinctive claim on Topeka so that they can have sort of a base of operations. So in the last 6 months, they have deployed extra troops to Topeka specifically, to be stationed in and around Topeka, as a concerted show of force to both protect the rail line and get some grounding in Kansas, because it gives them a very nice central base. Paloma specifically is currently on a task force, essentially, that is dealing with cattle rustling that is happening in the area. There's been a lot of, bandits and raiders just popping in and out and messing with shit. Not even on particular faction lines, just trying to take advantage of the general chaos. So she is with a unit that is specifically dealing with some of that in the local area, and they are based out of Topeka.
Okay, after explaining that, I should say, and so that unit also requires you to help men who might have to lay low.
Hector and I know each other from other kinds of assignments. Let's just say that there came a point when they were looking for people with specialized skills. He had them, I did not, so I stayed with the unit, and he moved on to something else. It's very peculiar how much you remind me of him.
And what is it that reminds you of him?
Everything. The clothes, the cards. Hair. If I had not gotten close enough, I would have thought you were him.
Well, like I said earlier, I am sorry to disappoint. Julio orders 2 more drinks, gets them brought over, toasts her, takes the shot, and then says, "If you'll excuse me, I do have a previous engagement to get to, but it is my hope that maybe our paths will cross again. Paloma."
Always a pleasure. Cheers. Cool. Leon, you've been hanging out, and you see Maggie leaving the post office. She
Is it
slips out.
is it on time with what she said?
Yep, it is exactly 35 minutes after she left. You can tell that she has clearly, like, her lipstick is a little redder and she's got a little more rouge on now, so she clearly, like, closed up shop, took that extra 5 minutes to, like, put her Night on the Town face on, and now she is popping out.
I think that, like, I kind of, like, see that, and then, like, I would actually want to make, like, a sneak or something, to kind of avoid getting, because if she's doing that, she's obviously not going home. She is going right to the Rusty Nail. At least that's what we think.
Sure. Go ahead and make a sneak, and I will try to find my stat block to make a contested cognition.
Got it.
If she notices
and kind of before we do that, can you just, like, go over, like, the target numbers, like, generally for the rolls for the chat? So, like, when we say a number, they know how good we're doing.
Yes. So let me toggle.
Just because I realized that we haven't gone over, like, how the rolls work in this game, because it is different than D&D by quite a bit.
Yeah, it is. It is quite a bit different, and I have been sort of, like, loosely handling it. So basically, the way this works, those of you who have played D&D or have watched us play D&D before know that there are certain things you roll in D&D, like armor class or AC, that determine if you hit something or not. Deadlands has a very similar mechanic for how to determine if you make checks, or DC. You'll hear a lot in D&D. It's TN, or target number, in Deadlands. And there's a difficulty scale of odd numbers, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, that determine the difficulty. 3 is foolproof. Basically, as long as you don't bust or critically fail your roll, you can absolutely succeed at the thing you're doing. 5 is fair, which is just your standard mid-level. That's like a DC 10. It's right average. And then you get to onerous, hard, and incredible. As you work your way up the scale. So when we're doing rolls in here, everybody is rolling their trait dice, which have different sizes depending on how well they drew playing cards to build their character. They have a certain number based on the level that they have in that skill. And then based on that and any modifiers they have, it determines what number they get to meet the target number. You also sometimes do, like what we're about to do right here, is a contested roll where Brew is going to roll his sneak, and I am going to roll Maggie's cognition. And it's basically, we're seeing if his number is better than mine to find out if she sees him or not.
And if Maggie is who I think she is, she will 100% beat the shit out of me right now, because my sneak is not that great. So let's try. Oh, never mind. I'm a god.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 12.
Fuck, I don't think I even need to roll. I don't think she's got enough modifiers for that. There it is. Sorry, folks. I did not have this stat block fully at the ready, so I have to double check it. I didn't think you guys were gonna meet Maggie until later.
Look, she knows my name. I'm skeptical.
She knows your name?
Yeah.
I think you've confused yourself, sir.
Fuck off.
Constance knows your name. Maggie just works at the post office.
You know, I played games with you long enough to know your I'm being smart voice.
Yeah, it's called my DM voice.
Do I make myself small or not?
You in spite of her very good stats and cognition, you did beat her.
Yeah, so I just want to just kind of follow her, just to, like, make sure she's actually going to the Rusty Nail.
She's going to Harry's because that's where you agreed to meet her.
Sorry,
That
I
is
meant
in fact where she's going.
I meant wherever. Yeah, Harry's. Yes.
Yes.
Nailed
No,
it. First
she.
try.
Yep. She comes around. She's done her face. She's got a little jacket on that she didn't have on before when she was working. She's got a little purse, and she just trots down the street toward Harry's.
Cool. Is Julio? Are you in Harry's right now, or are you looking for?
Yeah.
me? Okay.
I've moved from
Rusty
Rusty
Bucket.
Fuck. Dusty.
Look, bar names are hard.
I'm gonna just. I need more bar names for this game than I need NPC names. I just gotta pre-gen them.
We're gonna ask in Discord.
Oh, I wonder what
We'll-
a bar
we'll
name
get you names.
generator will yield. Anyway, yeah, I'm in Harry's.
Great. Yep, you've probably just gotten there a couple minutes before. It's starting to fill up. Harry's is clearly, like... Harry's seems to be the most popular of these three bars, which is not necessarily by much. They're all pretty filling up as we get later into the evening. But yeah, you're able to grab a spot, and a couple minutes later, Maggie pops right in, scans the bar, spots you, comes over, takes a seat. Leon, you gonna follow in?
Yeah, but I'm gonna sit kind of close to the bar. Basically, I want to sit behind Maggie so she can't see me, but Julio can see me.
Can I, the
Got it.
player, get a little bit of a update on what Leon saw? Because I came back from the bathroom when you were just explaining
How the rolls work.
DCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leon basically just watched. So pretty much all he saw was Maggie, like on the dot, 35 minutes after she said she would, popping out of the back door of the post office. She's I believe as I said it, she has put on her face for the night, so she's reddened up her lipstick and thrown on a little rouge. She's got her purse and her coat now, and she just popped immediately out of the door and headed right over to Harry's. So, and he has
Okay, great.
successfully stealthed behind her. She did not notice him.
Yep, and
So-
I walk in like a minute after she does.
Okay, and I'll see Leon and kind of give him like a fuck, and then
Right.
I'll. Oh no, go ahead.
I was saying, and I hold up my hand like 3, and then I kind of mouth just in 3 minutes.
Okay.
And then I kind of turn and start trying to wave Harry down. But
Yeah.
go for it.
So I turn to Maggie and I say, "So is Maggie short for or something?"
Margaret.
Well, Senora Margaret, how does the clerk at the post office become one of the well-recognized contacts for information in the city?
Well, I mean, I work at the post office. I know everybody's name, and unfortunately, by default, a lot of people's business. See, the telegrams... Unfortunately, we don't really have one of these newfangled machines. Everything's old school. I gotta sit and take down that Morse code myself. So, I hear everything that comes through. Get to know a lot of things about a lot of people. No one really
Certainly.
thinks that, tiny little blonde girl's gonna be the wellspring of information, though. That suits me alright.
And why are yours and Kenneth's name mentioned together?
Oh god, did somebody suggest you go to Ken? He's a sweetheart, but he's a little bit specialized in his information. I think people just like him because he's so folksy and easy to talk to, but you really want to know the dirt.
Meanwhile, the whole time she's talking, I'm like ordering, another 2 drinks, another 2 drinks. I'm just keeping the drinks coming.
Totally. She will toss them back.
All right. I see.
Yeah,
And
Ken's perfectly alright, but he is from up north, so if you need to know about what's going on at the border, he's your man. But if you need to know what's happening west, that's me.
What do you know of the train that broke down in Topeka today on the Union Blue?
Oh, I know they're not telling somebody something, because I definitely heard that about 6 or 7 officials were spotted riding down the line, so something must have happened up ahead that they don't want everybody getting scared about.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I want everybody to hear it.
Fine.
Oh, why not?
So I sound like an elephant when I do it. I knew the question.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, you
There it
may as well have
is.
just not muted your mic.
Honestly. So, Alandra, with that said, I couldn't hear you over the sound of my own nose blow. So what did she say?
Tracking through to make sure that I repeat the correct information. She said, I know that they are not telling you everything. If they told you it broke down, that may very well be true, but I heard that 6 or 7 train officials went riding further down the line, which means they probably suspect something's happening up ahead, and they want to get a beat on it before they send y'all into some sort of unknown peril.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not that uncommon. Could be raiders, could be some sort of track interference, could be buffalo.
Mm-hmm. Then he stands up and he says, well, I'll give you a few minutes to think of your questions for me, and I'll be right back. And I walk over to Leon.
And at this point, I probably have. I brought the glass back to Harry and just had him refill it.
He kind of gives you a look over and it's just like, well, you decided to stay in Kansas, son. You got a heads up on the rest of my regulars, I guess.
Yep, and I toss him a tenner.
Cool.
And I, without turning around, but also very obviously in the fact that if Maggie just turns around, she'll obviously know what I'm doing. That's the point. But I kind of, without looking anywhere from straightforward, Julio, can you ask her one thing for me? And
Okay, I'm listening.
obviously, I'm going to need you to paraphrase, but ask her, how the fuck does she know who we are?
How are you so sure that she does?
So when we were getting the mail, did anybody say my last name while we were in that room that you heard?
No.
Well, you sure didn't say my last name, and I didn't say my last name.
I said it outside the bar, though. I did say it outside the bar. Right? Or I said it... I did say it at some point, because I remember I made the... I also, like, had to...
Yes. No, you
as
said
a player
it...
check.
You said it outside, because that's what triggered him to have this memory, but I am going to point out that I think you misunderstood the information that I gave you.
I did?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, what information did you give me then? Because then I must have heard you wrong, because I wrote down that Maggie knows my last name.
When he said your last name, you remembered that this morning on the or 2 hours ago on the train, when she asked you to go pick up her mail, Constance used your last name. Yes.
Oh, well then I want to retcon the last 3 hours of gameplay. I'm kidding. I will soldier on.
That's fine. You can continue with this line of questioning if you want to play it as Leon is confused, or you can just retcon and continue spying on their conversation, or
Leon wouldn't do that. Yeah, and I kind of like. So what? How's it going over there? You getting she know anything?
Yeah, she knows plenty. She knows just about everything that happens in this town. Every piece of mail, every message, every telegram that comes through Topeka goes through her hands.
Can I help?
How losing his patience almost, he finally takes a breath and goes, how would you like to help, Leon?
Look, I'll figure it out.
Okay. And then he, Julio, actually, yeah, then I just say, she's let me know who Kenneth is. Apparently, he's the man for information if we're looking for anything northbound. Has Constance or anybody said anything about headed north?
No, we're just the other telegram said that in Memphis. So that would put Prudence on the it's Prudence is her name, right?
Yes, Prudence is the sister.
Oh. So that would put Prudence down on the southern route. Yeah, I don't think we're looking for anything up north.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Give me 10 minutes and be ready to leave.
I'm always ready to leave, old buddy.
So I go back to Maggie and sit down. So I have more questions for you. If you have questions for me.
Well, we could just start with why your friend's being so cagey and not coming and joining us.
Unfortunately, that is a question I don't have an answer to. You see, I can't explain why he's cagey. That is just who he is.
It's fair enough.
I want to roll a cognition roll to see if I hear that, and I do have an edge that grants me
Sure.
exceptional fucking hearing.
Yes, you do have bonuses to your hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
So that's yes. Leon has the big ears edge, which gives me a +2 on cognition rolls involving hearing things.
Why don't you just roll like a 19?
That's a 21. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yep, despite the fact that you guys are in a very busy bar, you hear every word crystal clear that comes out of her mouth.
Stop talking so loud. It's so loud. Yeah, and I hear that and I walk over and I sit down and I'm just one can never be too careful.
Oh no, I surely do understand. I just there's really no reason to be like this.
And I just
Julio taps him on the shoulder. Be polite to the lady.
Excuse me, ma'am.
You keep buying me drinks, you can be as rude as you want.
Julio says, you'll notice that I've been buying drinks and being as nice as I can be.
Of course. Did you have more questions you wanted to ask? We can get to mine when they come up.
Do you know anything about what's happening in Memphis?
Memphis. Haven't heard anything particular out of Memphis. Doesn't mean there's not something happening, but nothing of note's come through.
Has there been any notices in regards to the army, or the Maze border, or New Orleans?
I did hear there was some sort of tussle out in New Orleans. But those Union raiders like to sneak down there, try to get into the Confederates' air and cause problems for them. So it could have just been that. Again, didn't get a whole lot of specifics. The Order of the Maze, I think, has mostly been trying to keep Hellstrom boys and Denver Pacific from each other's throats and shipping out that ghost rock. Nothing particularly exciting. Another small creepy rumors coming out of City Lost Angels, but that's just another Wednesday.
Bo Montgomery? Name mean anything?
Yeah, he's got one of the largest plantations in the Carolinas. He and his brother could have owned half the state. His brother hadn't met an untimely demise.
How untimely.
That he dropped dead in the middle of some sort of debutante party about 10 years back.
Yeah, sometimes you just have too much fun.
Yeah,
Old clicker just stops.
Yeah, this is apparently the kind of fun that, rumor has it, happens when somebody slips things they should not into your beverages.
It just sounds like a debutante party.
Yeah, well, given that Beauregard's brother was one of the primary funders of President Davis, we all pretty well assume it was a political assassination.
Oh. Politics. Thantos! Gifting 5 tier 1 subs. The legend themself. Gifting 5 subs. God, I'm so hyped now. Let's get some crits in the chat for Thantos. Come on, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Thank you, Thantos.
Where's my... Oh, it is September.
Oh! Yes!
For those of you who are unaware, September is a time of the year in which Twitch applies discounts to buying subs. So if you've ever wanted to sub to the channel and you want to for a month, and maybe we're just a little bit outside your range, that's also an option for you outside of Prime Gaming. There's a 30% discount, I think, on subs.
So, yeah.
But... yeah. So.
Look.
Sorry, go ahead.
You'll have to remind me. My train of
You
thought
were-
is
I also
is on the sub train. Sorry.
You were about to just do some sort of meh politics response
Oh.
to her comment
Oh.
about political assassinations.
Yeah. Insert some like catty remark about politics and debutantes.
Perfect. Yeah, she just kind of giggles at you. Like, yeah, I can see. We clearly have some strong thoughts about politics and such like. I assume those tattoos didn't come standard.
Yeah, no, I was just I've always been born with these, and I'm just like looking up. I just black squares, love them.
All right. Well,
Birthmarks. What can I say?
yeah. My brother and I have known more than a few deserters. You're not that unique. Don't worry, I'm not going to dime you out to the soldiers around here. Most of them don't really give a shit, because they got their own problems to deal with.
Yeah, it's and Leon also, as a note, wears cut-off sleeves, very proudly displaying these blocked off tattoos. They are not blocked off, like hidden in by any means.
Yeah, no. That's why I assumed she would be able to just comment on them.
Oh yeah.
I looked at your cute little character portrait. I know what you're wearing.
Yeah, sometimes you really love your job, and sometimes your job really loves killing innocent people. But that's neither here nor there. We're in bloody Kansas. Anyways. But yeah, no, Bo, plantation owner, brother, untimely death via dilettanting, aka poison. But yeah, no, Anything else of note?
Well, y'all did ask me earlier if I had ever heard of Constance Tenacity, and took a little rack in my brain, but I do believe that her mommy married Beauregard Montgomery.
Sorry. Say that again?
So the Tenacity family, massive sugar barons somewhere out in the Caribbean, showed up in the Carolinas after many years off there, right? About 2 years after coming back to the States, what was his name? August, something like that. August Tenacity, the patriarch, dropped dead and his lovely widow almost immediately married one of the Montgomery brothers, and I would presume it must be Beauregard, since I do not recall his brother having been married.
So sorry, back up.
Dude, my notes are a mess as well.
So yeah, sorry.
I'm not
One second. I was like writing, and then I was like, wait. So Constance's husband
Constance's
died.
Mother.
is now her husband died, and she's remarried to Beauregard Montgomery.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, sorry, you guys did not know when you agreed to let me DM that it was going to be note-taking central, because everything's conspiracy. Thank you, Nightmare.
Okay,
Nightmare
Marin, for
converted
getting
a
sub.
prime sub to a tier 1
from a
paid
tier 1
sub. Let's go, dude.
Safe to say that Constance's mom is the matriarch of the family, right?
Yes, there is more information that Maggie can give you if you want it, but I don't want to overload you if you're not prepared. Yeah, no, she's like, I don't know. Of course, you boys aren't from down south, so you probably wouldn't know about this. No, it was a massive scandal because when Father Tenacity died, he pulled the most spiteful maneuver possible, and he left his entire fortune to his daughter, completely cut his wife out of the will, sparking a lot of rumors that maybe she was having some sort of affair or something. Then, of course, when she up and married whichever Montgomery brother within, 6 months, seemed fairly likely.
God, the drama. Fuck, I don't know what to ask next because I feel like now I'm looking at a spider tree, like a spiderweb family tree of like. Okay.
Do you want me to
Maggie, what was the Tenacity's money in?
Sugar cane out in the
And
Caribbean?
what was Beauregard's money in?
Cotton, I assume.
And did all of Mr. Tenacity's money go to his eldest daughter?
He only had the one child, as far as I'm aware.
And that's when Julio turns to Leon and goes, "Then who the hell are we chasing?"
You all chasing someone?
Look, we're
Julio turns back and then puts his hand up for 3 more drinks.
and I kind of just side eye Julio, just
Chase is
what
perhaps
the
the
fuck,
wrong
man?
word. Tracking maybe is more suiting.
You out on a little bit of an adventure
Search.
here? Oh.
And I kind of look at her. Look, here's the skinny. Somebody out in California owes Constance a lot of money, and she's hired us just to go and try and collect. And we have an idea of who that person is. So we're just kind of trying to ascertain some of the family situation to kind of figure out what we might be going up against once we find them. And I'm trying to bluff my way out of this.
Sure.
To like stop her from like asking about who we are looking for anymore.
Sure, roll me a bluff.
That is a 9, and I am going to fucking burn a chip on this because fuck. Let me just I gotta get the chips here. Red. Yeah, I'm burning a red, and I'm gonna roll one more D10, and I'm gonna add it to that 9, and you can draw a chip. Alandra. Ha! Good trade. Okay, so that's a 16 now, because I rolled a 7, so I'm adding it to the 9.
Me burn one of my chips.
No, she doesn't really want to know what we're doing.
Maggie is a wellspring of information.
Why does she want to know what we're doing?
Me. Stays out. You burned a red. Sorry, I'm reloading the pot.
I'm telling her this, and then like looking like right at Julio, just being with my eyes being like, just violated rule number 2. Like,
What was rule number 2?
Don't talk to anybody about prudence.
No. It was no
outside correspondence. Yeah, exactly.
no outside correspondence or communication without Constance's knowledge.
Yeah. and as somebody who knows exactly what Constance is capable of, I am very scared of her wrath.
That is...
Of the 13 persnicketies?
Yes, of the New York's 13th persnickety.
Yep.
12th
Maggie,
persnickety, sorry.
Yeah, no. Maggie, no, it's the 13th.
Ooh. It was 13th persnickety.
Yeah, it was the 13th. Look, I went real hard on the symbology.
No, you're right.
Here.
You're right. Hey, you're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right.
Yeah, Bonk will be so confused when he comes back and you're totally different people next week. He's like, what happened? Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, okay, so you do all that, and Maggie kind of looks at you, and she's like, look, I know I've been drinking, but you don't have to lie to me. I trade in information. It is how I make my living.
Son of a bitch.
She's like, I don't... Look, I respect that there is clearly some discretion involved with this situation, but you do not just roll into the middle of Kansas and start asking about the Tenacity Montgomery feud and not expect me to think something's going on.
Well, technically we were asking about the train track first, so maybe it's best that we focus on that.
I mean, you could ride out and see what they're up to, but like I said, you're probably going to ride into some sort of trap or some sort of dastardly repairs, or possibly a herd of stampeding buffalo. We've had a few of those late.
Okay. This is where Julio gets a little bit more serious. He finally leans forward, and in his arm, in his sleeve already, is his Colt.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns to Maggie and he says, let me get this drink of water.
Yep. Yep.
He turns to Maggie and he says, if you deal in information Then what do you deal in to forget information?
Cold hard cash, sweetheart. Look, there's 3 ways a girl can make a living out here in the Kansas. You sell yourself. You sell what you know. You sell what other people want to know.
How much?
Well, if you're working with a Tenacity, I could do it for 100.
I'd toss her $100.
I say Julio like protests and goes, pay her.
You both just reach for your wallets and start pulling out money.
I just immediately just toss her $100, just like without even thinking.
Excellent. She takes a quick look at it, bugs it, and goes, "So, what do you think of Topeka so far? It's very nice of you to take a poor girl out for a drink."
Julio stands up, holsters his gun, and says, "Please make sure that $100 takes you the farthest you've ever gone with $100." And he walks out.
She'll just look over to you, Leon. Was it something I said?
Oh no, I'm just you probably know the Tenacity's what they're capable of, and it really wasn't what you said, it's what he said. But well, yep. I'm not usually the one doing the paying, but so while I got your ear for a second, I've been hearing a lot of this spooky, crazy, weird stuff that happens out west. You got any dealings with that?
Heard stories. I'd prefer to never see it myself. If I can ever help it. But you hear things. Things that walk around at night what shouldn't. Things that don't belong in this world or the next.
You heard of anyone trying to use some of that for their own gain? Maybe make some things that shouldn't belong in this world?
Absolutely. One of the most common rumors we hear. Again, I've personally never experienced it, and I hope never to, but I can't believe I'm about to say this, but if you really want to know about that stuff, you should go talk to Crazy Mike. Yeah, I presume you've already encountered Crazy Mike. He's kind of the local color. Look,
Hey.
He didn't get that way just by taking to the drink. I think he took to the drink because he got that way. So that's the working theory.
All right, hey. Pleasure doing business with you, and just remember, and I toss her another 10. We paid above asking.
Lovely having drinks. Come do it again sometime if you like. I will tell you anything you'd like to know, except that which I have forgotten.
I just give her a turn around and walk out. I get like 2 steps, turn back to the bar, hold my glass out to Harry.
I'm not... He reaches out and he takes it out of your hand. Puts it back behind the bar. Thanks for returning it this time.
I pull out $5, put it down.
What'd he give you? He pulls out like he grabs like a mostly empty bottle of whiskey, so it's got like, 2-3 fingers left in it or whatever, just hands it to you.
Glass.
That's what the bottle's made out of, son. You know how hard it is to replace glassware out here with people robbing the trains all the time? You can sit and
Harry.
have your drink, you can take it out with you.
Is that any way to treat your best customer? As I turn around and start walking out with the bottle.
Cool. Julio, go ahead. You've gone outside. Go ahead and just make me a cognition roll. Just on general principle. You're very
That's a fucking yikes for me, dog. That's a 4.
I'm very mad at myself. It's a 4. I'm very mad at myself right now. I'm just not. I'm like.
No, yeah, you're super distracted.
Yeah, Smooth Julio, who is like, what are you doing? You know, you're allowed a mistake, but what? Not that one. You know,
it's the drinks, man.
And yeah, he rolled a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the trick is that Julio doesn't really ever drink his drinks.
Oh yeah, no, he's been applying them to everybody else. He doesn't drink anything.
Yeah. He's taken a couple, but what he does is he fucking drink and then spits back into the beer bottle.
Oh yeah, okay.
Does the coyote
Classic.
Yep.
Well, yeah, you don't. Okay, so then yeah, you're just very focused on processing all of the information that you have just received and the manner in which you received it, and wondering what that could all possibly mean.
You notice how she didn't give you anything for that cognition roll?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Believe me, I know. Man, fuck. I don't know. I don't know. Is Leon outside yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see him like walking out of the door at this point. So like, if you wanted to do something, you totally can. Otherwise,
Yeah. So fucking, he hands Leon $50. And he goes,
Where's the other
"To
50?
your credit, we'll win." And Julio, off guard for the first time ever, will win it at the tables. I owe you one. And I owe you just one.
I mean, by my count, and I like kind of like put it into my pocket. Well, kind of seems like you owe me like 50, but one's a start. And I kind of like clap him on the back. This was fun, and I take a long drag. Probably that's the only drag.
Just chug the last
Yep.
3 fingers of this whiskey. Cool.
Yep, and just throw it behind me so it lands on the deck of the saloon.
High or low?
Fuck, I don't like when you say that. Low.
It does not break. No angry patrons are going to come out to see what just happened.
So yeah, so Julio turns to Leon and says, "It feels like we've gotten more than our share of information in Topeka."
You know,
Why haven't we been called back to the train yet?
I mean, she is she doesn't really have a way of contacting us. What time is it now? It's probably been like 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, we'll say it's like going on 6 p.m. Post office probably closed at 5. We'll just make it easy and go with like standard current rules.
Yeah, well, you want to? We could go to drop off. We go drop the mail off, and then you've seen some of that weird stuff, right?
I don't. I think Julio is like doesn't, because one of the Men in Black sort of personality traits is that he doesn't really talk about it. I don't.
Oh, come on! Just you don't. I'm not asking you to describe it. I'm just yes or no.
I've seen my fair share
You know,
across the whole country.
The last thing I learned is that okay, back it up, run it back. So we know that Prudence, and like I lower my voice
May not
and
be real at all.
May not be real, but what if she was real? What if she was manufactured? They do that stuff, right?
I don't know if they manufacture, but sure, let's say that she is. What point are you getting to?
Is that, you know, the guy who I cushioned his fall when we first got here? I think Crazy Mike.
I remember.
Yeah, he's had a little run-in with the weird.
So have many others. What makes him special?
You could tell us about it. Might be worth it to go find him. Maybe after we drop off the package, you know, when he's nice and liquored up.
Julio takes a big swig of his flask and puts it back in his vest. Okay.
And the best part about Crazy Mike is that it doesn't matter what you tell him. If you talk to somebody else, nobody will believe him. And I start walking away.
Julio 100% like unclicks the holster of his gun.
Look.
And then clicks it again and starts following him.
And I kind of like look back. Look, I don't get much, but I did get this one.
Yes, Leon, you saved my ass.
At
Is that
your
enough for you?
service. I mean, that's basically a tax on the one that you will be starting with to owe me. Yes, it's fine. That's good. We're good. Anyways, let's just forget about this and for now, and then we'll let's just deliver the package to Constance. What's our story? We just went to, what do we do? I'm gonna let you handle that.
Okay. Fine. I will handle that. Where is Crazy Mike?
Oh, he's over at, I'm sure he's over at Harry's.
I'm confused. Are we trying to find Crazy Mike, or are we trying to go back to Constance and the train?
Well, I mean, it depends. We can go deliver the package first and then go find Crazy Mike. We can go find Crazy Mike now.
This is Nestor, the player, asking Zep, the player. Sorry, I lost track of what you were trying to do.
I was trying.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for someone to declare an action.
I'm doing everything. No, I was saying go drop off the mail so we don't have to worry about it getting stolen, and then go find Crazy Mike.
Okay.
Mainly because kind of at this point, Leon is kind of just like, it's only a matter of time before like I do something stupid to lose the mail, or we do something stupid to lose the mail. We're lucky that we still have the fucking mail. Like
Totally.
Excellent. You can easily get back to the train station. It's just down the street. Train is still there. You see workmen up toward the front of the train, like puttering around, doing stuff. Your private car, is at the back of the train. I assume you're just gonna head right over there.
Yeah.
Yep, and I'm following Julio.
So I walk in and to the car, and I like very nicely put put the mail down on Constance's desk, and I just like motion to it, and I say, "Do you need anything else, or can I go gamble?"
She looks at the mail. She flips through it really quickly, like reads the 3 telegrams, looks at the sealed envelope, glances at you. Of course. As far as I know, we may be here all night, so would you need more discretionary funds for your entertainment?
I'll take care of myself.
Very well. Thank you very much.
And then he walks out and meets Leon on the outside of the train. I almost said train truck, train car,
Train truck. That's
train truck.
That's what we have.
As we call it, the train truck.
And he goes, "Sometimes you can say the most without saying anything at all."
And Leon just.
Right. Okay. The plan is crazy, Mike. And also, how do we get this fucking train moving?
Well, okay. Well, we could go see Crazy Mike, or. Sorry, were you gonna give us some information?
Yep.
Okay.
I
great.
need you to make cognition rolls.
Love it. I love.
Sorry.
That's like. That's
Sorry,
the one
it's
thing
the
I love being
perception.
asked
It's the
for.
perception of this game, so it's the one that's get the most called. Unfortunately, see if you notice.
Ooh,
I rolled a 5.
Julio rolled a 5, not the best.
But passable in most scenarios.
I was gonna say 5 is like the baseline for
5 is like
standard action.
it's a C, and C's do get degrees.
Boom.
But yeah, I rolled a 9.
Great, you both made it. Yeah, as you guys are standing outside here talking about it, you do spot a little bit further down the train, so closer to you from where the workmen are. You spot Belle, the deputy conductor, again. She is having what looks like a very intensive conversation with a man who looks like one of the train workers, but you can see specifically Leon. You can tell he's kind of holding his arm like maybe he's hurt, and they're having like a very they're in very close, it's very quiet, very in-depth conversation about 3 cars up from you.
Hey, Julio. I think whatever's stopping the train, it bite back, if you get my meaning. And I kind of like point to the guy holding his arm talking to Belle.
So it does. I look at him and I go, "Do you think it's in our favor to leave Topeka?" And then I like look at him a little bit more investigatively and I say, "Or is your interest in the weird more important?"
And I really want to leave, but I just got this feeling that the weird is gonna come in here at some point, and the more we know about it, like I gotta know. I gotta find Crazy Mike.
That's more of a response than I expected. No. Who says, "Well, then I'll owe you one. Lead the way." And while he's saying that, he like unholsters his gun really quick. Boom, like snaps it open, checks to make sure his his clip's full, closes it up, holsters it again. Says, in case, and while he's doing that, he says, in case the weird does come, we want to be ready.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready, and I move my knife holster. I'm like, yes, I'm ready. Yeah, let's go check out Harry's. See if we can find Crazy Mike.
That's the plan, Alandra. That's
Excellent.
the plan.
You're
We
going
did
to
it.
head to Harry's to look for Crazy Mike. As you guys start to leave the train station, drawing cards to prompt actions. As you guys start to leave the train station, you also see there is a group of Union soldiers that are saddling horses. There's like a pen area. It's near the train station that seems to be like the corral or something that, or the stable that some of the Union soldiers are using. You see about three folks get horses saddled up. They look like they're getting ready to ride out. One of them is Paloma.
Okay, Julio kind of looks at her side eye and says, Paloma?
Ah! Mr. Juarez. We meet again. I
Un
see
gran
your
placer.
See, your train has not started moving.
Yes, and it seems that you're about to go find out why.
We have heard a tale that seems to require some bigger guns.
Yes, well, in this world, tales often end up being true.
Unfortunately, that seems to be.
Can I ask, how much of this do you experience here in Topeka?
Fortunately, little. We mostly deal with the dark side of humanity. But sometimes
Right.
other dark things
Soldier's fate.
find their way. You are a bit familiar with some of the strange things that happen. Yes? You have heard stories, at the very least?
I've heard stories.
If I make it back before you go, perhaps I have something I can tell you.
And Julio makes a point of pulling out the notebook and writing down the name. Paloma, what was the last name?
Lieutenant Paloma Flores.
Paloma Flores. Yeah. He makes a point of pulling out the notebook and writing the name down. And he says, well, and as he puts the book back, he says, I'll wait for your arrival. Or I'll wait for your return.
I hope we meet again.
Was Leon privy to this whole conversation?
If he's standing there, then yeah, she's not made
Yeah,
any attempt to hide it.
I didn't hear your first conversation, but I know that she was following us. I know kind of that you and her have a little relationship.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you recognize that this is the woman that that Julio talked
Was
to
talking
in the
to
street
earlier,
when
yep,
you
totally.
slipped
Right.
off to go spy for Maggie. So yeah.
Yep.
So I turn. Okay, actually, I kind of want to roll back to a previous frame here, Alandra.
Totally.
Would it have been possible for me to take a knowledge roll of some sort to see if I could identify what made the bite? right? When we saw the guy with the injured arm or whatever.
We didn't really know what type of injury it was.
Sorry.
no,
You said
no.
someone said the word bite. Like,
He was just I just said he was holding it like it was perhaps
Yeah.
injured. But I will.
Okay.
You did both see it. I will let you roll. You can roll. I guess we're using cognition as sort of like memory roll, so you could roll a cognition to see if you do that. If you have knowledge, if you have occult knowledge under your academia, and that gives you levels in anything, you can take that.
I don't.
That's an oddly specific thing that I happen to have a character who has many levels in, but I wasn't sure if anybody else took those.
Nope.
Okay. Well, that actually, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter because what I'm gonna say is still justified with what we've noticed with the soldiers gearing up and stuff like that. But Julio turns to Leanna and goes, "Something tells me that they're gonna need help. Let's find Crazy Mike quick, and let's get going."
Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry.
No, I just want to clarify. Do you say that within earshot of Paloma?
No. I am not trying to offend her today.
Nope, that's fine. No, I was just checking. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Cool. So you guys are going to proceed on and try to quickly find Crazy Mike.
Yep. And as we kind of walk, I just want to say to Julio, look, whatever's stopping the train, Crazy Mike might have had a run-in with it, so we might be able to see what we're dealing with.
Do you know this Crazy Mike personally?
Look, I figured that we should get a little more out of our purchase from Maggie, so I asked another question.
And the question was, who is Crazy Mike?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Julio just kind of nods and goes, "All right."
Cool. You said you were going to head over to Harry's to try to locate Crazy Mike?
That is where Maggie said he usually is, right?
Well, but we were already in here. That's where we were. We were in Harry's.
Maggie, I don't think specified where he was.
Somebody said Crazy Mike is always in Harry's.
I believe it was Harry when he threw him out. Basically,
Yeah,
that's how he knew you were from out of
Mike's
town, was
always
because
here.
you didn't know to stand out of the way, because this is a normal thing that happens at Harry's.
So then maybe what we do is, maybe where we start is we go and ask Harry if he knows where Crazy Mike is.
Yeah, and if we want to expedite this, I can just roll a search. You can tell us how long it takes us to find Crazy Mike.
That's basically what I'm gonna do.
I can also roll search. I have 2 points in it, so
go ahead and both roll me a search, and that'll just determine how long it takes you guys to track down Crazy Mike. I'm going to let you find him.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
I rolled a 26.
Jesus Christ! I was gonna say, unless you guys bust, I'm gonna let you find him. But yeah, no, you guys are walking towards Harry's, and as you walk up to Harry's, you get there just in time to watch Harry chuck Crazy Mike out the door directly in front of you.
What the fuck?
It's the easiest thing.
Crits in the chat. Let's go. Come on. That was 2 crits. 2 crits right there. For me.
Damn.
Oh wait, what's
I'm rolling D12. I was rolling D12, so I roll a 12, and then another 12, and then a 2.
You keep breaking all of my game. You haven't even done
This is
any
how
of the
it
things
feels.
I prepared.
This is how it feels.
Oh,
Ridiculous.
I'm aware. Remember that one earlier where you made that 21? And I was like, you just see God, apparently.
Yep.
That's how this game is going tonight. Look, it wouldn't be TTRPGs if you didn't manage to somehow completely destroy my plan.
I'm a rolling god! Even the bot!
Cool. Yeah. The bot rolled you a 20. As you see Crazy Mike, you also look down and find 5 gold dollar coins just in the dirt. Add that to your inventory, because apparently we're also playing an inventory management simulator.
$4?
$5.
$5.
$1
Yep.
Gold coins.
Fucking love. Hey, I need all the money I can get right now.
Yeah, well,
Okay, got it.
it's fine. All you guys need to do if you need more money and you don't want to ask Constance is send Julio into gamble for like 10 minutes. He will,
Honestly.
like,
Well, I was hoping that he still does that before we go but anyways,
cool. Yep. Crazy Mike is in the dirt in front of you, and you just kind of hear Harry like at the door being like, "Man, just come around to the back. I will give you a beer and you can go, but stop disturbing my customers." And he just sounds so tired. Like this is a conversation that happens probably like every night. And then he just goes back inside. Crazy Mike's just like kind of rolls over and it's just like laying in the street, staring up at the sunset street sky.
I stand over him and offer him a hand up.
He kind of looks at you for a second, kind of looks at your hand, and then he takes it and places himself up. Thanks. I know. Harry doesn't like me coming in the front, but you can't go around the back because if you go around the back, they can get you. But you have to come in the front. You can only come in when where they say you can come in. You're not supposed to go in the back door of an establishment.
Mike, you want me to get that beer for you?
No. I had enough beer. Just looking for a place to lay low. Looking for a place to lay low. It's getting dark out. Dark's when all the things come. You can't want to be out past dark.
Julio walks up to him and like holds his head back and pours some whiskey down his throat.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
And then like stops front of the Nestor, looks at him, and like kind of taps him on the face, and he says, "We have questions for you, and we really need some of your time focused on us."
He kind of looks at you. You see some of the whiskey kind of like dribbles out of his mouth, like he didn't like fully swallow. And he just stares at you. He's like, "Okay, but we got to go inside. We can't be out. Once it gets dark. Once it gets dark, they can find you."
Go to the spittoon?
Okay.
Great.
To the rusty spittoon.
Dusty spittoon.
To the
Rusty
dusty
bucket.
spittoon.
Get it right.
I'm making new bars.
We'll just mix and match them. Every town you guys visit just has 100 bars, apparently. Yes,
The
you
Dusty
go down.
Harry.
You go to the Dusty Spittoon. This is actually the one bar where there is like a bouncer type person at the door, who kind of glances, like sees Crazy Mike, starts to step forward, sees you guys with Crazy Mike, and kind of just gives you guys the like what the fuck face.
Look, if he causes problems, you can throw me out, and then him. But no, I got this.
All right, just don't let him near the girls, and keep his alcohol inside of him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna sit down there in the corner. Look, he won't even get up.
All right. Waves you in.
And I kind of am like holding on to Mike's like forearm with one hand on his forearm and then one hand on like the small of his back, like gently but firmly leading him to the booth.
Yeah, he is not in any way like resisting you. He just kind of like every so often he sort of like glances around. It's the very like like the lab that saw a squirrel and is kind of trying to obey, but is also really looking for the squirrel.
Totally.
Yeah. And yeah, you guys come in. The Dusty Spittoon is clearly the bar that has the brothel on top. You can tell because there are more women in this bar than you've seen in either of the previous two bars, and they are all dressed in a very specific way that clearly reads that they are open for business.
By my calculations, I would like to say a thank you to the anonymous person who has gifted the Ultimate Nerd a sub. Thank you.
I love September! That was my Mark impression. It was bad. I didn't try that hard. Don't hate me. Yeah, you guys can totally. You kind of have to like fight your way through the crowd a little bit, but most of the crowd is gathered. There is like stage is a generous word for it. There is a slightly more elevated platform over in one corner where there is a dude tinkling away on like a piano, and occasionally one of the gals gets up and like, you know, sings a slightly raunchy song or does like a faux can. It's like the most, I think like just the most like stereotypical bad Western bar setup. And they're clearly doing it in the most self-aware way. Like, they're intentionally doing a bad job because that's just the aesthetic. It's the kitsch bar.
Of course.
Yeah, so you can totally find a table like further away from where the stage is, where it's a little darker and it's a little less populated because everybody's over hooting and hollering on the other side of the room.
Are there people playing cards in this bar?
You see one group that seems to be hunched over, like a poker game, in the corner. That's based on the layout. You're gonna guess that if there's like cards happening, there might be another room.
Got it.
For them, like in the back.
I just like pointedly look at the cards. Look at Julio. Earthchild gifting 5 subs. Is that even legal? Yes, it is. Thank you.
We appreciate you. God, it's so nice having all of the alerts actually come into my sound feed. That 2 weeks ago was a nightmare.
You're muted.
Shit! I want to take a second to talk about this. I know this might not like pretty monumental thing here for TGN. A lot of you guys know that we don't do like sub goals and stuff like that. That's for reasons that Brew and I have discussed. Personally, that's not what matters. But what does matter is that this is, in fact, the highest number of subs we've ever reached outside of the 24-hour season, a 24-hour stream.
151.
151, which is the first time we've ever crossed over 150 subs. So thank you guys. Seriously, Earthchild, Wicked, all the top gifters. It's a new month now, but Thantos. I mean, everybody who's gone out of their way to gift subs and help us build this community. Thank you guys. It is amazing. That's all. Continue, Alandra.
No, always interrupt me for that. This is an amazing community, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Maybe we can spam some crits in the chat for everybody who has supported TGN on this monumentous occasion. Thank you.
It's funny because whenever you see Torpid Network, you know that someone used a Stream Deck command, but you'll never know which one of us did which set.
It's actually both at the same time. It's like Schrodinger's crit. It's
Schrodinger's
both
cat.
of us. It's both. It's both of us and neither of us.
Yeah.
You'll never know. Thank you, Apu. You're very sweet. Back to this insanity as I teach the boys that Alandra only does conspiracy theory games. Yeah, you guys totally find a free booth over in a dark corner that is far enough away from the musical stylings that you can like actually have a conversation. One of the gals who, you know, is working there swings by, like basically takes your order, brings you some drinks, and you guys like flanking crazy Mike in this booth to like keep him hemmed in. Cool.
Actually, I don't think so. I think that Julio is like literally gives Leon the kind of like, well, we're here because you want to be here, so.
Yeah, so I kind of look at Mike. Look, Mike.
What? What do you see? What do you see? What do you see? Is there something here? Is there something here? Where should I be looking? Where should I be looking?
Who comes for you in the night?
They come for us all. Don't you know? Don't you know? The nighttime is when they can hide, so that's when they come out. They come out because you can't see them in the dark.
Do they ever come out in the day?
Oh yeah, they come out in the day too. It's just harder. It's harder. It's easier at night because we can't see as good as them.
What are they?
They're everything. They're everywhere. Nightmares and their dreams, and they're the dead that are walking, and they're the living that are actually dead, and they got fur, and they got fangs, and they got claws.
You said the living that are dead.
Yeah. Why? You see
Well,
them?
Maybe. But the ones that are around here. You know how to hurt them?
Oh no. Mike doesn't want to hurt anything. Mike doesn't want to hurt anyone. Mike just wants to have a drink, mind his business. Mike don't care what they're gonna do. Mike, no. Mike ain't getting involved in that. Nope.
No, Mike. No one's asking you to get involved. Just asking you for a little bit of information between friends. I mean, you helped me out at the bar the other day. We helped you up today. I think that we're pretty good friends right now. I'll make a roll if you want me to.
No, this is literally just Mike. Mike is sizing you up to decide how he feels about this. What? Seen him? Tell people I saw him. They all say I'm crazy. They're probably right. You'd go crazy if you saw stuff.
Mike, I haven't seen him, but I fucking want to.
Night. They come for you. It's not always night. Sometimes it's in the day. They come when they think that you're at your weakest, when you're hurt, when they smell the blood.
Mike, if you could have done one thing differently when they came for you, what would that have been?
Oh, they didn't come for me. They don't come for Mike. They don't come for Mike. They know Mike. They know Mike don't want anything to do with it. Mike's not strong. Mike's not strong. Mike doesn't taste good. They don't want nothing from old Mike. I just saw things. I saw things, and I told him I didn't see things. So now I just watch. I watch for the things I'm not supposed to see, and then I don't see them.
You see any west of town?
West of town, east of town, north of town, south of town, all around. They can come from anywhere. They don't come from this world. They just appear. They appear from the other places. Dark places, secret places, and places that are not here, but are out there.
And I'm kind of getting a little exasperated.
Only a little?
Mike.
Yeah.
If I wanted to meet one, how would I do that? Think carefully, Mike. Don't give me any of the fucking bullshit.
Why would you want to meet? I mean, you don't want to meet one of them. If you meet one of them, they can take you over, and they can take over, and they crawl inside your brain, inside your body, inside your skin, and they're there, and then you're there forever, and then you can never get out. You can never get away from them, because then they're there all the time. You hear them in your head, telling you what to do all the time, telling you what to do, and telling you, looking for the blood, and the meat, and the blood, and the meat, and it's always the blood, and the meat, and then they tell you everything that you're going to do, and then you can never get away from them.
Mike, ma'am. How would I tell if one of them was in him?
Smell like death. Can't get away from the smell. They smell like death, but they seem like they're alive.
Sorry, I'm scrolling up in my notes to make a cliff note on something that was very high up here.
Yep, nope, that's fine. I just glanced over at chat and broke a character.
Look, Crusader.
I'm high on life!
She doesn't hand that shit out willy-nilly, okay? Okay, where is the ghost that looks like a dead man? Okay.
I'm so proud of you for taking notes. I know it's your least favorite thing to do.
I'm the fucking worst at it. That's what I'm saying is that, like, chat, if I set up a wiki for this game, would you guys help me fill it out?
Oh my god. We should have done that for Aurora Zero, where we actually had multiple episodes. This is gonna last for 4 weeks, bro. It's not that bad. You got 90% of the information tonight. If you want, I will set up an Obsidian portal and wiki, and we can all edit it.
We'll talk with Bonk. Aurora Zero wiki, please. Maybe
I can set up one for Aurora Zero on Obsidian Portal, too. It's a great service, and it's free. Although I have the paid version because I have too many games.
And I kind of look at Mike. Anyone around here smell like death to you? You say they come around.
Come, but then they go. Nobody wants to stick around in Kansas. I don't even want to stick around in Kansas. I just can't leave. It's the only place they can't find me.
I have to look. Good. Little peek behind the curtain for chat. Crazy Mike is the only NPC that they've met tonight that I did not have planned, so you're welcome.
Look, we're just out here, making you do work, all right?
It's fine. I just have to make sure that I know what he would know. Yes, okay, great. Information confirmed. Please continue. He is just staring at you with his big, freaked out looking eyes. If you have given him a drink, he is just like, he is basically doing the full, between every string of nonsense that he spouts.
Mike, anything else that, you know what I'm about? I would love to meet one of these fine beings. They intrigue me greatly.
No, you don't ever want to meet him. You don't ever want to meet him. Because if you meet him, then they gotta weigh in.
Sometimes two heads are better than one. Mike, are you good here?
Yeah, I'm good. Don't touch the girls. Don't talk to anybody. It's fine.
All right. Julio, wanna go check the train?
Julio, just kind of looks at him and goes, sure. Completely confused about what he just fucking witnessed.
It's fair.
Sure.
Yeah, no, hey, Crazy Mike, he means well, man.
You're
you
saying
know what?
that to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? No.
Sure.
Michael means well. And I walk out.
Watch out for the devils.
You just hear him hiss as you leave.
And as we leave, sorry.
Julio turns to him after he says that, and he goes, I am the devils. And then he walks out.
Yeah. Just get the full, oh no face from Mike as you leave.
And as I leave, I kind of turn to the bouncer. He says he's good.
Alright. I mean, we're gonna throw him out if he's not, so whatever.
Cool.
Where are you guys headed?
Julio?
My short-term goal here is that I want to sneakily chase, or track, dare I say, the soldiers that are on their way to the front of the...
Yep, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a... Let's start with like a search or a track-in or something of that ilk. Search and track-in are both under cognition.
Okay. Well, I have 2 in both, so let's say tracking. I rolled a 4.
That's fine. This was based on
Not
what
good
you
enough
have.
to roll 26.
We can't all be gods all the time, Nestor. Just some of us, some of the time.
Just some of us
Right.
all the time.
Combined with just like everything you've generally heard today, the running theme is that there is a problem further up the tracks. So at the barest minimum, you know that you can probably just like follow the train tracks and will eventually come up upon them. You don't know how much deviation off of that there is, like how wide of a radius is being dealt with, but you do know that you could trace the tracks. Just continue forward and then see, like, when you run into a giant crater where somebody blew them up, or that herd of buffalo, or whatever the fuck is causing this problem, you could head up that way.
Is there a way in which I could run alongside it? Like, what I really like to do is not take like the most direct route, but maybe a route that puts me like on top of them, or you know what I mean, while still following the tracks. If the core of what I'm doing is following the tracks, then sure. But like maybe in a road or on the ridge next to it or something. It's okay to say no because I rolled like shit, obviously.
No, I'm
Like,
more just thinking about what your options would actually be, because unfortunately for you, what you're trying to do, Kansas is just really flat. So there's not a lot of like that.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point.
So like you can certainly like give yourself distance where you can like kind of keep them in eye line, but like give yourself some wiggle room to be able to like deviate away and then pop back over and make sure that you're tracking them, but you're not just like running directly alongside them. The other thing too that you need to account for are all of the rail workers and the soldiers that you've seen head to the line did have horses. Now, you don't know how far they're going, but they did have horses, and you are currently on foot, unless you want to go try to rent a horse. Also, it is getting dark. At this point, it is getting close to 7 p.m. The sun is setting. It's mostly probably set at this point, so it's gonna start to get dark fairly quickly here, and that's fine. It's a two-sided sword. You will have to stay closer to the tracks in order to be able to follow them, but also cover of darkness will allow you to be stealthier while staying closer. So.
Okay, I will just like. I mean, I don't think there's. I think I turn to Leon and go. We have to just follow the tracks, and we're losing light. Let's follow the tracks and get as close to them as possible.
You want me to get you? Do we want some horses? You know how to ride?
I can ride. We could also just start on long foot. The train is not that big.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, okay. We can walk it, but just let me know. I get us a couple horses.
He turns and kind of looks at him confusedly. Do you have a connection for horses?
I like look back at kind of just like the town. Are there any horses tied up, just like outside the bar or something?
There's a bunch of people's horses and stuff that are just like posted up outside various nightlife establishments. There is also the stables where you originally encountered the soldiers. That seems to be like a public stabling area, so that would probably be where like the Pony Express changes their horses, and might also have horses for hire.
For hire. And I look at all the horses tied up, and you can see Leon looking at the horses tied up. Yeah, you could say I got some connections. I could get us 2 horses.
God.
Okay. Then let's get the horses.
All right, I walk back over to the I'm literally the worst human for doing this.
Just
Hey,
say it.
let's go back to the I got an idea how to get these horses super legally. We're gonna go back to the rusty spittoon.
Dusty spittoon, rusty bucket.
Fuck.
Continue.
But I want to walk in there. Is Crazy Mike still in there?
Yes. He is hunched over in the booth where you left him, finishing his drink. It is still the 2-handed grip. He is super wide-eyed. He is kind of staring off into the middle distance and just like...
Damn it. I'm going to hell for this. And
That's an option in this game.
Yeah,
so go to town.
I get about half. I walk up to Crazy Mike.
Okay.
I'm wide-eyed. Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, I saw them. Look, they're here. They're behind the bar right now. They're coming to get us, Mike. Mike, look. Don't cause a scene, Mike.
Julio is looking at him like, oh my God. Like immediate regret for trusting him.
Oh my God.
And I am trying to rile Michael up
Okay.
into causing a scene.
Great. I need you.
I can roll a bluff. I can roll a persuade. I can roll a ridicule.
I think it's gonna have to be a bluff.
Great. Would love to.
Jesus.
That's a 6.
If Mike was a normal dude, that might have done it. Unfortunately, Mike is not a normal dude. His eyes get real big for a second, and he looks at you, and he like looks around the bar, and then he suddenly looks and he's like, What's this? Why are you trying to get Crazy Mike in trouble? Why are you trying to get Crazy Mike in trouble? Crazy Mike gets in trouble. That's when they come after me. They ain't gonna come after me because I told him Crazy Mike ain't no trouble. Crazy Mike ain't no trouble. Crazy Mike don't want no trouble. Crazy Mike don't know nothing. Crazy Mike just, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna drink my beer. Very, very nice. Thank you. And Crazy Mike be crazy. Crazy Mike not stupid.
You passed. Mike. I'm so proud of you.
At this point, one of the gals walks over and it's just like, "Hey, y'all, is there something going on over here that we should know about?"
Julio
Nah.
steps in and goes, not anything that might concern you, but is there anything going on with you that I should know about?
Well, room number's 2, and I'm 2 bits for a half hour.
What's your hourly rate?
For you, I'll give you the discount.
So 10?
You're very cute. Look, what are y'all doing here? Because you're clearly trying to mess with poor Mike here. He a friend of yours, or you just trying to get him fuzzed up because you think it's going to be a laugh.
We're travelers from out of town, and Mike was supposed to help us with horses so long as we helped him with his problem, but he never told us what his problem was.
Look, you're from out of town, so you probably don't know. Look, Mike's a very sweet man, but he is also just the town crazy. So whatever he promised you, he probably cannot deliver on. He has nothing to offer. If
Well,
you,
can
however,
you deliver on some horses?
absolutely. You looking to go fast or long?
Fast.
Fast. Yeah, if you head down to the stables, ask for Henry. Tell him that you are looking to take a quick jaunt out of town, and tell him that Ruby sent you.
Ruby. I'll be sure to come back and visit you, Ruby. And he hands her a $5 bill.
So with that, you got a free pass anytime you like. She gives you a wink, stuffs it down her cleavage, and leaves.
And then Julio. Sorry,
Who?
I forgot my other name. I was like in between. I was in between Juarez and Julio, and then Juan came out. It was just a mess.
I have
But, yeah,
nearly done
Julio
the same thing twice, so...
Yeah, Julio turns to Leon and goes, and I keep wanting to call. I have to stop myself from calling Leon Lewis. So okay,
yeah.
Julio turns to Leon and he goes, "Time to go," and he grabs Crazy Mike and like starts leading Crazy Mike out to the stables.
Yep. Yeah, the bouncer just gives you guys a look as you exit the second time with Crazy Mike, and is just like, Easterners. Just kind of like goes back inside. Yeah, you can head down to the stables. It's like, what are we at? We're like just after 7 p.m. It is starting to get dark. There is an ostler there who runs the place. His name is Henry, because I ran out of NPC names, so now everyone is a variation.
Be crazy
on
if
that.
he wasn't. Crazy if it wasn't Henry.
Yep. His name's Henry, and he is just like generally doing like he's pitching hay into stalls. He's got a saddle up on a counter that looks like it's getting like repaired or cleaned or something. He's like, "How can I help you, gentlemen?" Oh god, did Mike give you trouble out in the street or something?
No, actually, Mike helped us find the beautiful Miss Ruby, who sent us to you.
You're looking for some horses. You looking for long or fast?
Everyone keeps asking us that.
I believe it's a
Fast.
quick jaunt.
All right, so like you're gonna be back within like 24 hours, or you're gonna be leaving them at a waypost further down the line? Is really the question.
Leaving them down the waypost.
All right.
You see, we're part of a team that's responsible for fixing
To
the
be
train.
perfectly frank, I do not give a shit why you want my horses as long as your money's good. Which I take Union dollars, Confederate dollars, and Sioux pelts in trade. Whatever you've got to offer.
Do we have any of that shit?
Yes,
Union.
you do. All of your money is in Union dollars.
Is all Union dollars. Okay, that's what I was like.
Yep.
Fuck.
Basically, he's saying he will take any currency you have to
Any
offer
money,
as long as
yeah.
the trade is.
I also have 4
worth
gold
it.
coins.
Which is
Yeah.
also Union. You
Oh,
would
okay,
know.
got okay.
Oh, okay.
If you need Confederate dollars, you can also get those, but you will have to talk to your boss.
Totally.
Hint,
Okay,
hint.
so
Yep.
what's the price?
I was not prepared to rent you guys horses, so let me see real quick. I will just make something up.
If you had just let me rile up Crazy Mike, you wouldn't have had to rent us horses.
I don't even think I want to know what your plan was. You can save that for another session. He will quote you a very reasonable rate that I will look up later to make sure that it is enough period accurate that I don't feel scammed. It is absolutely affordable for you guys. So.
Okay, then I pay him out. Boom.
Cool. He pretty much, basically, he wants to know is like, how many days are you planning to be gone, and do you know yet where you're dropping the horses off or not? This guy deals with the Pony Express, where they basically like show up, hop off the horse, hop on the next horse, and just leave again. So this is not an unfamiliar thing. So he's just very like, yeah, whatever, just like drop them off with somebody under this name. He like gives you like a business card of like, you know, find the, you know, XYZ company, drop the horse off with them, and you're good. So yeah, congratulations. You now have rented, are you renting 2 or 3 horses? Are you dragging
3 horses. Oh, we're bringing Crazy Mike with us.
Oh yeah, he doesn't get to come
and
out.
the whole time I'm and the whole time I'm looking at Leon going like, he is now a responsibility and it is your fault.
Look, yeah, I mean it's the least we could do. Is to keep Crazy Mike around for a very long time.
Julio mockingly goes, horses are here. Okay, no, sorry.
Cabsonaki.
I have thrown so many hot women at you, and the one you want to keep is Crazy Mike.
Give us Crazy Mike.
God damn it. Fine. Yep, the 2 of you and Crazy Mike hop on horses and start following the train tracks down the way. Jesus Christ.
Well, and like Crazy Mike is also our version of like the BB from Death Stranding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
God damn. I was gonna say, is he gonna turn into your Diffie?
Maybe.
BB is probably a more accurate description because he absolutely cannot take care of himself.
Oh no.
Oh, Bonk, come back. I need you to be the axis of sanity in this game, which is a weird sentence that I never thought I'd say. Cool, you start heading down the tracks. Please make me one or both of you make me a track and roll. Boop. All right, I was at the wrong one. Great. Yes. Although it is getting dark and therefore more challenging, you are able to kind of stay a little bit distant from the train tracks, but kind of keep them in the corner of your sights as you ride along. You ride for about 45 minutes, during which time the sun fully sets, so there's still little bits of light in the sky, but it's you're now functioning under moon and starlight. It's actually very lovely, but also kind of ominous. And you guys see the darker it gets, the more you hear just Mike kind of like he's riding, he's keeping up with you more or less. Like he's not as steady on horses as you both are, I'm presuming. But he You hear more and more as it gets dark. He kind of like crouches like lower and lower in his stance, and he's just like, "This is how they get you. This is how they find you. They look for you. They look for you when it's dark. You can't find them, and you don't know they're there. And then they come, and they get you, and then they're in your head, and then they're in your head all the time. And then you hear them in your head, and they always try and tell you what to do, but you don't want to do it. But then they tell you what to do, and then they're there, and you can never get rid of them." And he just kind of keeps muttering various iterations of that. You're at about 45 minutes when you make me cognition rolls.
I love me a cognition roll. Question about my cognition roll. Does it involve
Probably yes.
Either my eyeballs or my ears?
It can involve your eyeballs or your ears. You can also roll search or tracking if any of those give you guys particular buffs. Because you are doing all of those things. You are trying. I just
get a +2 with any cognition roll that involves any of that.
Yep.
Great. Bang.
Oh my god. Is there a way to see what dice you rolled that account for your full...
Yep. If you hover over the number and roll 20, it breaks out the formula.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to hold... Okay, I see. Damn, I didn't ace on any of those. Oh wait, did I?
Yes. So if there's a number that's over the max of, like, say, because for you rolled
11.
a
Yeah, I see it,
5,
I see it.
11, and a
5,
2,
11.
that's over a d6, so
Yeah.
that aced. Yeah.
Got it.
God, you guys
so
are.
I rolled a 23.
Jesus Christ. Yep. About 45 minutes in, Leon, you are the first to spot, and Julio, you notice them shortly after. You do see a cluster of people and horses further down the line, up the track.
I kind of like softly call out to Julio because I think he's probably in front. Hey, whoa. And at what point you can probably see them too.
Yeah, so I think that what I do is I slow the horse down and kind of gesture towards Leon, like, let's get onto the train and see if we can see out the front car.
Oh, you guys are well past where the train is. The train is stopped in the Topeka station.
Oh,
You guys-
yeah.
This
I'm
is like
sorry.
no.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I say, like, let's slow down on foot and walk over. Fuck. How do I tie up this horse? The post doesn't happen to be nearby, does it?
There's a cactus somewhere.
There is not. You're in Kansas.
We're in Kansas, not the desert.
There is a lot of dry grass. In the distance, there's some crops and probably some cows.
I mean, Crazy Mike's probably is okay to hold the horse. I can't keep a straight face in saying that. I'm just
Crazy
kidding.
Mike is coming with us no matter what.
Like, nah, just have Crazy Mike babysit the
just
horses.
Crazy
What is
Michael.
the worst that could happen?
nothing crazy could happen to Crazy Mike if he's
Absolutely
holding
nothing bad
3
could
horses
happen.
for us. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no way that's gonna go wrong at all. Oh boy.
Yeah, I also know how to ride a horse, but I don't. Even if we could tie it up, I'm a code guy. I'm not a knot guy.
There's got to be a tree nearby, right, Alandra? Tree?
Nope, there's
It's
not.
Kansas, for
You
fuck's
are in the
sake.
plains of Kansas. I really want to help you with this. I really cannot. You can tie them to the train tracks. You know that the train is not going to be moving forward while these guys are still investigating shit.
Until tomorrow morning, and the train gets delayed again because they hit 2 horses.
3
Three
horses. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we should tie him to the rails. It's the only way. We'll get him on the way back. It's fine.
Okay, Leon.
Nothing's gonna go wrong. Nothing is gonna go
So
wrong.
I tie my horse to the rails. God damn.
Look, dude,
Do you realize that, like, here's the thing that you don't, that, like, I think that, like, is the funniest part about, like, your relationship being a player and a DM is that, like, the phrase "nothing is gonna go wrong" is like the immediate trigger for any other DM in the whole fucking world to write something down about, oh man, I can't wait for this shit to go completely wrong for these guys because this train is gonna get derailed by these 2 horses. One of the tires is gonna one of the wheels is gonna run over the leather, and that leather is gonna be so taut that it's gonna pull the whole train off the front, and then the whole thing's gonna get derailed. They're gonna fall off a bridge, and the next thing you know, they're all dead. It's in hell, and the story of Deadlands is now the weird West,
Nestor,
and it's gonna be your fault.
Nestor, is that the worst thing that can happen, or is there something worse that could happen? I'm just asking.
I'm just saying, if there's something worse, we have a very responsible party in charge of deciding what that worse is.
Yeah, I'll say, because now that you said it, now she has time to think of a worse thing that will happen when I bust, because then it has to happen.
To be fair, I
To be fair,
have absolutely no intention of murdering animals on this stream unless they are supernaturally buffed and intended to be killed.
Okay, but horses are there.
Does that
They're
help?
putting him right in front of the train.
just-
It's fine.
Great, does that make you feel better? Yeah, no,
Yep.
If this train is moving along and sees two horses tied to the rails, it will attempt to stop and be like, what the goddamn fuck? What assholes tied horses to the train tracks?
Yeah, fuck plot armor. We have horse armor.
I mean, look.
I'm just wearing a live horse from now on.
Adopting pets is the best way to gain plot armor, unless you're not another D&D podcast, in which case it comes back to bite you in the ass in horrifying ways. Oh my god. Cool. So, are you just walking your horses with you, or are you tying them off?
Oh, no, they're tied.
We'll tie
They're
them off to
tied.
the tracks.
Great. You can all, if you're trying to approach stealthily, I need you all to make me sneak checks.
How sneaky is Crazy Mike?
He is not at all. So, I mean, he'll try, but he's got a negative modifier because he is both crazy and drunk.
That's
What's,
4.
What is sneak under?
It's
Yeah,
nimbleness.
sneak's under nimbleness.
Thank you.
God damn. Okay.
9.
At least I didn't bust.
At least.
I haven't busted
least.
all game. I've been rolling
I know,
hot
I'm
fucking fire.
I'm very disappointed because it's so much fun for me personally when you bust. You start proceeding forward. You get maybe another like 50 yards closer when you clearly see several of these figures turn in your direction, and even in the sort of like restricted moonlight, you can see like 2 of them immediately go into like some sort of like they've got pistols or rifles or something stance, and you hear a voice just go like, "Who's there?"
I looked at Julio.
Identify yourself.
I'm coming out. Don't shoot.
Hector?
That's the second time today you've called me by the wrong name.
Julio?
And he puts his hands out, and he like, yeah.
Yep. You see one of the figures breaks away from the group and starts walking towards you, and as you guys get closer, it is indeed Palawan.
And I look, you don't know me, and you don't know my background, but I think that I can be of use to you. And if not me personally, then at least my gun.
What exactly have you heard?
Just that there might be a demonio out here.
So you have heard. I'm gonna butcher this, I'm sorry in advance. La Pierre Diabla?
Say it again.
I'm gonna do a bad job. La
That's okay. Just
Pi-
slowly.
La Pilera Roja Diabla?
You could also
can-
Something
put-
red devil.
you could also
Red
put it
devil?
in the chat.
The
Yeah.
red-headed
I will. Oh, el pelo rojo.
Thank you.
Diabla.
I studied
Roja
Latin,
Diablo.
so I'm very
Diablo.
bad at Spanish.
No, actually, you were very close. Actually, it wasn't that I didn't understand you. It was that you dropped out both times because of network that I didn't hear you.
Rock on, yes. The red-headed devil is what
Okay.
she's saying.
Okay. I've never heard of the redheaded devil, but I've heard of many others.
It's a good catch there.
Thanks.
Look, it is only a rumor, but there is something that is trying to stop your train.
But why is she outside of Topeka?
We do not know. That is the trouble.
Damn, I don't have any academia. All of my knowledge is in like demolition and disguise.
Also, you can You can roll me a raw knowledge to try to see if you. As long as you specify what you're trying to think of, what you're trying to.
So what I'm trying to do is identify like okay, I'll give you like a little bit of background here. Like the redheaded devil or the redheaded, she devil or whatever it is, like belongs to maybe like a certain type of weird shit that I've seen in the past. Like is maybe similar to the whatever.
Sure.
Black-eyed demon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're trying to get like, does this sound like a corollary to something that I am familiar with?
1,000%.
Totally. Yep. Roll me and I'll see what I can get you.
7.
That's not terrible. You have never heard this specific term before. You definitely have heard, with your kind of experiences with the weird, that Diablos or Diablas is kind of used as a blanket term in a lot of these rumors for creatures or humanoids with supernatural seeming abilities that also are able to pass as humans.
Okay.
It's not. Don't think like this is not like traditional like Catholic Bible devil. This is more like this is more like this is a term that is used for creatures or entities that can pass as human until they reveal their supernatural nature. It's not necessarily a correct term for what they actually are.
So maybe even like possessed-ish in the modern sort of interpretation of it.
Yes, in the broad swath of things, this could apply to something that is possessed, something that is undead, something that is masquerading as something else. Like there's a lot of possibilities for it, but that term is kind of how you know it. Yeah.
I think that Julio would like, in his like own study of the weird, given that the, like Men in Black, their whole thing is to like
have
their own study. I think he would refer to them as demonios, like as demons. These aren't necessarily like the devil or anything like that, but they are a demon or of some sort.
Totally. I will
how
say,
does one hunt a demon?
And I will say that it that is probably, this is me and my lack of linguistic knowledge, but I would say those terms probably you, Julio, have heard both used for this same kind of entity. Yes. It kind of depends on where you're from or where you're getting your information from.
Right. But that said, I don't really know a lot about how dangerous it is, right? Or how to hunt it. Or can I also take a track and roll to that end?
I don't think you've ever encountered anything that specifically fits this category. I think you've only heard of it.
Okay.
So, I'm scanning my categories real quick to see. I mean, I would let you do another just base knowledge roll to see if you've heard any specific stories of how to fight it.
Try it. Oh, an 8.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Yep.
An improvement of 1.
We'll take it. So it really truly depends on what the creature actually is, and because this is a little bit of a blanket term, it's hard to tell. You have definitely heard stories of things under this categorization being dealt with fire being particularly effective against them. You've also heard this term applied to, as we would translate it, essentially possessed humanoids who have to be kind of exorcised in a sense. There has to be some sort of external force exerted to separate the supernatural force from the human host.
Okay.
Oh, got Canadian there for a second. Sorry. God damn, where's my list of things? You know that some of the things that fall under this category are vulnerable to silver.
None of which we really have, right? We don't have silver necessarily. Okay, well, I think the first thing, I just because it sticks out, I think the first thing that Julio would say is like he would kind of turn to the soldiers behind Paloma and just be like, "Necesitamos fuego." Like, we need fire now. Have it on hand. And then he kind of turns to Leon and goes, "I don't think we have everything we need to fight this demon, but." We have something coming for us. And then he like kind of walks, like turns and looks back at the soldiers, and then looks back at Leon again and goes, "You wanted the weird, right?"
Yeah, no, Yeah, no, let's come the fuck at me, motherfucker. Let's go fight this fucking demon.
Here's the next thing I would like to do. I do have dynamite, and I do have fuse and rope.
Yep.
I would like very much to use maybe 2 of my 6 of dynamite to set a trap.
Okay.
And all the soldiers are like kind of in one area, right? They're all like sort of grouped together.
They're currently all grouped together. It looks like they were examining a specific stretch of track that's a little bit further ahead of you guys.
Okay, so I look to Paloma and I say, "Have you seen the demon?"
No one has seen it yet. There was just a little birdie.
We must draw it out. If it is a demon, we must draw it out. And I stick 2 pieces of dynamite, and I like link them by way of like maybe 3 feet of fuse.
Okay.
And then I have 10 feet of fuse total, by the way. I run the remaining 7 feet I run maybe 3 feet, really, to Crazy Mike.
Oh my god.
And I actually, as I have a player question for you. Is there a mechanic for how fast fuse burns?
It would surprise me if there wasn't.
I mean, given how in-depth this manual is,
Yeah.
there probably is. What I will say is, like, if, say, like, we get into, like, a combat order and you light it, that would be your action on that turn, and then there would be a certain number of turns, probably based on the length of the fuse, before it actually detonates.
Yeah, what I'm really looking for is, like... No, that's okay. What I'm really looking for is, like, my goal here, my plan here is, and I will just tell you, because no matter what it's going to play out, is I'm going to move further ahead of the group of soldiers and Leon and Crazy Mike, and I'm just going to start, like, trying to make noise. Like, I'll fire off, like, a random shot, and I'll, like, just start calling out to it, like, "Come at me, demon," you know? Like...
Okay.
And I'll even make it like a great person. I'll be like, "I am trying to travel, and you're interrupting my plans. Come for me, and deal with your penance."
Okay.
And then what's going to happen is, if it starts to chase me, I say if because it's TBD.
Right.
I am going to run and call to Mike, like, light the fuse. And my plan is, and you can tell me how we're going to do this with rolls,
Jesus
is
Christ.
that I will say that, and in the time that it takes me to cross the dynamite, the demon is right behind me, and it times the explosion.
Jesus Christ.
Got a lot of moving parts, but the math checks out.
Oh, shit. What time is it? Okay. Alrighty. Sorry, I have to look this up real quick, because this is not where I saw this going. And it's great, and I want to let you do it. I just have to look up something to figure out how.
Brought to you by Crazy Mike and Leon.
Yeah, oh man, I've got to be better about just, like, steamrolling you guys. Where's... I know it's here, and ironically, the one who did all the research on how dynamite works is Bonk, who is not with us tonight. There it is. That's the one I'm looking. It really... Okay, it doesn't give me anything on... It legitimately doesn't give me anything on fuse length.
Make
That's
it up.
amazing.
Let's do
Great,
this.
cool. We're gonna make this shit up. Cool. Let me toggle over to my thing where I have the bad guys. Great. So, you're gonna plant... Are you planting this dynamite, like, on the tracks, near the tracks, far away from the tracks? Where
Please
are you
don't
planting
plant it
the
on the
trap?
tracks.
Oh, off the track. Yeah. I'm still trying to get on my train. Right? We're
Great.
doing it live.
Sorry, Constance. We blew up the tracks.
Yeah, no. Like off the tracks. Maybe off right to the tracks. I'll probably cross the tracks to like try and
Sure.
bait this demon out.
Sure. That's fine. Cool. So you pick a spot, you plant this dynamite trap, you hand the end of the fuse to Crazy Mike, who just looks at you like, What are we doing, man? What are we doing? What's happening now?
Okay, so I
Do you
look.
see him?
I put my
Do you
hand on
find him?
Crazy Mike's shoulder, and I go, "When you see him, or when you see me, you light this.
Okay.
I trust you, Mike." And then I turn to Leon, and I'm gonna like temporarily here, and we don't maybe we don't have to write everything down, but I am going to hand him my Derringer. Or you have a Derringer, don't you? Right?
I have a pistol. Yes.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm gonna like actually unholster his pistol and hand it to him.
Oh, like you're like literally gonna grab my gun out of my holster and
Yeah.
hand it to me. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And you're like, if the dynamite. Actually, it doesn't matter if the dynamite goes off. When you see it, shoot.
Contrary to popular belief, I do know how to shoot a gun, and I flip it open. Really cool, like.
I'm gonna need you to make me a coolness roll.
Yeah, Julio 100% does not accept that. He is like, what? You know how to reload a gun. That doesn't mean you can shoot a gun. And then he like walks away.
I got better since the last time you saw me shoot a gun.
Oh my god. Paloma is kind of keeping pace with you while you do all of this. Julio is just like, so you have a plan, yes? I am getting the impression you have a plan.
Oh, Paloma. No. You see, plans can still fail.
I do not know
I don't
you
plan
well,
to fail.
but
And then
I
he walks
wish I
away.
did. Yeah, she's like, I do not know you well, but I wish I did, because I think we would have much to talk about. Godspeed.
Yeah. But like before she says that, he goes, he's saying like, plans can fail. I don't intend to fail. And then he kind of says, he's like, well, in the case that I do fail, in the case that I do fail, I'm sorry I didn't get to know you sooner. And then he like starts to walk towards the like whatever open clearing or wherever people I've like sort of rumored about this demon.
Yeah. So as you kind of pass through,
I'm like so nervous.
You're nervous. Yeah. Basically, what you can kind of gather from the way people are like talking and indicating or whatever is just like as you kind of pass by the area of the tracks where the soldiers are, you do see that there is damage to the tracks. This damage looks man-made. Like, this damage looks like somebody took, like, a hammer to the tracks and bent them out of shape to try to get the train to derail. However, you're also hearing, like, as you pass by these folks, you are hearing comments about, like, devils and, you know, monsters, and do we know what this is? And somebody makes a passing comment about, like, well, all those cows were missing, you know, stuff like that. So there does seem to be some genuine, like, confusion on what is happening here. And as you kind of pass by them, Paloma comes up behind and kind of, like, whips everybody into, like, you know, like, all right, get the horses, move them away. We're going to try something. Just
Sorry. Chupa thingy always makes me fucking laugh. It like immediately triggers every memory of Red versus Blue.
I will say that I did investigate if the Chupacabra would exist to this game, but since the first sighting of the Chupacabra was not until the 1950s, no, it is not a Chupacabra.
Ah.
Also, the Chupacabra is primarily native to the southwestern United States and Puerto Rico, which is not where we are.
Looks
Fuck
like
y'all, I did my research. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, you're standing out in the middle of a field.
If this were a meme, the first frame would be Alandra going, "I'm so excited to take you guys through a tabletop RPG game for the next 4 hours," and the second frame would be Alandra going, "Jesus fucking Christ!"
Just like face palming. I had to kill them all. I
am very used to plans not going the way the DM prepares. However, I did just make a comment foolishly a couple of hours before we started about how I homebrewed a way to make sure that nobody perma-died because we're only playing this game for like 5 episodes. And I should not have said anything and taunted the gods. Yeah, next week is just going to be me and Mark being like, what happened to those guys? Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm rapidly finding all of my info. Okay, I need you to make me, like, you're trying to, like, attract this thing's attention or draw this thing out if it's nearby. Yep. So I think I need you to make, like a ridicule, maybe, or an overall, a persuasion. Like, if you give me an explanation for what skill you want to use here.
And how you're using.
Where does ridicule live? I see overall is. I took overall and ridicule
under smarts. You know what? This is gonna go way longer than I expected it to. I'm gonna duck out for 2 seconds while you guys figure out what you want to roll and how you want to play this, and I will be back in, like, literally 60 seconds.
Yep. No worries.
Oh, yeah.
I was not prepared for this at all.
She was like,
"Damn.
I'm trying to end the fucking episode, and you guys are about to try and kill a devil. Fuck you guys. I'd use a bathroom."
Dude. Can you imagine the two of us here, like, just making it up as we go, and she goes, "Damn, that's where you were going?"
Look, I'm just saying, we don't have to run the fastest. We just have to run faster than Crazy Mike. I'm just saying.
Oh, whoa. What, the most evil player in the lobby?
I'm an outlaw.
Jesus Christ. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take overall. I don't have a good ridicule. I borderline want to take bluff or gambling even. Right? Like, I'm bluffing to the demon that, like, come at me, I will fucking kill you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I'm with it.
Yeah. Okay.
So, quick sidebar story for chat before you tell me what you're going to do. Many years ago, I was playing in a Traveler campaign. I was playing the computer hacker. The entire night was built around us having to forge fake identities to make our way in the city, and I rolled such a high critical success that the GM had to go out and smoke a cigarette and come up with what he was going to do, because I had completely ruined his plans for the entire night by succeeding
That's
on
awesome.
a forging roll. And this is now my karmic retribution for that moment. All right, what
Okay.
is... So...
Okay. I would like to take Fuck, I'm just looking at my dice
No,
values. That was a
Yep.
mistake. I had made a decision, but okay, I'm gonna take Fuck, I'm gonna take overall.
Okay.
I'm gonna take overall. I was gonna try and convince you of bluff or gambling, but it doesn't track.
Look, I will take literally anything if you've got a good justification for it, honestly. So
I'm just like, here's my problem. So my smarts is 3d10 and my mean is 4d10.
sure.
Right? And I have a 2 in overall. Right? So that means I'll roll 2d10 in overall, right? Is that how my dice roll breaks down?
Yes, it means you will add those. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's what I mean is like if I have the additional 2 on 4, yeah, okay. I'm taking overall. So what I'm gonna do is
Okay.
I'm gonna pop off a shot, and I'll deduct these from my available shots. I'll pop off 2 shots,
Okay.
and I'll just kind of walk down the hall and walk down the
Yeah.
valley and just go, Demonia!
Okay.
And that is what I will do. Here we go.
Okay.
It's so bad. Spend a chip. Spend
Oh,
the chip.
boy.
You need to spend your
I
chips.
have a chip.
Spend your fucking.
I have a chip. I'll spend my blue chip. My blue
Yeah,
chip.
I'll
is-
say you have to spend
right.
the fucking blue chip.
What, you don't want to let me? You don't want to let me
No.
pull more chips?
No.
No, fuck no. I'll spend my blue chip. Okay,
You
but now remind me
roll
how this
another
works.
D. So you roll another D10 and then add it to the 3.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's a slash roll 1d10.
Yep.
Oh, that was a 4. So that's
Can
a
I-
7 total.
Can I use
No.
more than one chip? I have so many. Fuck.
You can only
no.
use 1 chip per roll. So just
unless
hold
they're
on
right
to
chips.
those. Yeah.
Oh, wait, but isn't the blue? I thought the blue had a higher value.
No, it's the same
The-
as the red, except it doesn't let Alandra draw a chip.
The
Ah,
benefit of the blue is that I
That's what
don't
it is.
also get a bonus.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. That's fine. 7
Hey,
is
seven
perfectly
is
reasonable.
pretty good.
That hits an onerous target level, and given that the target level on taunt a monster to come get you is probably a lot lower than hide from a monster that's coming after you. Let's
fair.
be
Totally.
fair. I gotta use what I have. This music is the most inaccurate for this moment. But okay.
How about that?
That's much better, thank you. Yeah, you walk out, you fire off a couple of shots and start shouting. You hear a little bit of the tittering of the soldiers behind you, roughly in the tone of "What the fuck is he doing?" You may not hear those exact words, but that's the general sentiment. And then you... God, I hate everything. You see
A cuddly
tum-
teddy bear.
3 tumbleweeds rolling towards you.
Ah! I don't want to overreact.
Um.
Yo, we can always run.
Okay, fuck it. I shoot one.
Great, roll me a shoot roll.
Shoot one in tumbleweeds.
You do notice they seem to be going very fast. Also, there's no wind tonight.
I have a feeling he knows what that means, and none of us know.
It's a 3.
That's not gonna do it, homie.
Wait, no, wait. Don't you have to roll to hit? Because that's just a shoot and roll. What's the...
I'm sorry, I'm not looking in the right.
What? Yeah, I'd say there's...
I just clicked shoot and cold. My result was a 3. You have to roll to hit as well?
Let me go to our quick ref document on how things work. And see if I
don't
actually
think you did, dude.
any info.
I don't remember doing that from our test combat.
This is absolutely not how I expected combat to happen tonight either. Because of all the things I expected you to fight, it was actually not this.
Oh, no, you're right, yeah. You roll shooting something. You're right.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that's gonna...
Fucking, I'll take a red.
Yep, great.
And then I roll another d12, right?
Yeah, you roll another whatever your type is and add the... Y'all could have just gone gambling and made a shit ton of money. But
10.
no.
It's a 10.
Go help fight the devils. Cool. 10. Yeah, that'll do. Roll me some damage.
Oh, this is my first time rolling damage. How do I do that?
It's gonna depend. What kind of gun do you have?
I have a Colt.
Is it a
Which,
Colt? Is it a Colt
if you-
Peacemaker, perchance? Because
It's a Colt. It's a Colt Army, which is a 3d6.
Right. So you roll 3d6 and tell me what the total is.
And if you put it into your combat tab, there's a damage
6.
roller.
Yeah, I know that now. I wasn't in like traits and aptitudes
okay.
thing, but
Yeah.
but
No. That's...
I went back to my combat stuff and I was like, oh right, I forgot that exists. But anyway, I rolled a 6.
Great. I have to look at... Sorry, I have to double check this thing. Oh, God. It's so much easier when there's, like, clear hit points, which is not quite how this system works. It's slightly different than that. That's right. You fire your pistol, you hit one of these tumbleweeds, and it busts apart. The other two start moving faster, directly
Fuck.
towards you.
I turn and run and I book it, and I just yell, "Crazy Mike!"
Leon, are you still near Crazy Mike?
Yep.
You see Crazy Mike, like, his eyes get huge, and he starts, like, slapping at every part of, like, he's looking for, like, matches or a lighter.
I pull out my goddamn lighter and I light the fuse.
Great.
I never gave him fire.
I pull out my lighter and I light the
one
fuse.
core thing I never remember.
Yep.
I'm not gonna... This is too insane, so I'm not gonna actually make you guys roll into combat order. I'm just gonna do this in the order that it would logically happen.
Yeah, I literally wrestle the fucking fuse from Crazy Mike's hands and light that shit.
Pylos, I need you to roll me a dodge as the soldiers start also shooting in the direction that you shot.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm good.
You're just gonna take any potential hits that come? That's fine.
Are
I rolled a
they?
9.
You're fine. Yeah. They're firing
Wait
in
till
the
they
dark.
see the whites of their eyes. Like, come on! Why would they start shooting?
Because they heard him fire shots and then scream for Crazy Mike to light the fire. So he saw something.
Ain't none of their names Crazy Mike.
Yeah. Despite the lack of information you got on Paloma, she is actually like a very good lieutenant and gave her soldiers instructions. So
If anybody says anything or starts shooting, shoot in that direction.
I mean, they're investigating a devil that is fucking
I'm with it.
shit.
I'm with it.
Cool. It's fine. You successfully dodge.
Brew is more committed to my safety than I am.
Look, don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. Well, that was shitty.
That
Yeah.
sounds great to me.
Yeah, Julio, you are running. You hear gunshots, and that's the predominant sound you can hear, so you're not sure if these things are gaining on you or not. Leon, would you like to take any further actions while you wait for this attack?
Can I see the tumbleweeds? I'm very keen.
You probably can, because you are very keen, which apparently gives you dark vision equivalency in this game because of the way modifier. No, just because of the way modifiers work.
If like it wouldn't make sense, then I wouldn't have it. I'm just keen.
I would say that as Julio gets closer, you can definitely see movement that is following him. You may not be able to fully identify what it is, but you can see something moving toward him in the dark.
Yep, I want to take a shot then.
Great. Go ahead and roll.
I got better, guys. I got better.
Jesus, he's unreal.
What the fuck? Okay, yeah, roll damage. Jesus.
That is a 21. And that's rolling a d6. 6, 12, 18. That's 3 aces on that one.
Brew just really wants you to know that he spent the bounty points that I gave them accordingly.
I only bought 1 level on shooting.
Yeah, because that's all you could afford.
So that is a 7 damage total.
All right. Cool. This dynamite is burning down. The soldiers are not shooting real good right now.
You want me to roll for them?
No. I have their modifiers. I'm just rolling bullshit right now. Don't mind me. It's because I love you and I want to make this challenging.
Of course. Yeah, I'm with it. I love it.
Julio, you are now at the point where you are starting to cross paths with where the soldiers are. So what I'm assuming is everyone has kind of moved off to the side so that everyone's out of the radius of this dynamite blast. So you are basically crossing parallel to them, but you have now lined up with them. So you are probably also about parallel with where your dynamite is. You can see the fuses burning down. It is about to get to the split where it will separate off into the 2 sticks. Do you want to take any actions, or do you want to keep running?
I'm gonna keep running.
Great. Roll me just a nimbleness.
13.
Yeah, you're totally fine. You just keep booking it. You can see Crazy Mike standing off in the distance, just like losing his shit. You can probably spot Leon. Yes, sir.
What's the threshold for a bust? Is it 50% or over 50% ones? It just says the majority of your dice come up as ones, you've gone bust.
Ah, I see.
And there were 2 ones rolled on that roll out of 4. I'm not just being a rule stickler here, Nestor. You know, I'm not trying to take your thunder.
That's fine.
Sounds like you're taking my thunder.
I don't know the ruling on that, so I'm just gonna say that the modification is you're not excessively succeeding. You are running, you stumble a little bit, you manage to keep going. You're still only hearing gunshots. You can't really trace if what's behind you is like gaining on you or not. Yeah. Keep running.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. I keep running.
Cool. Leon, would you like to do anything while I roll for Paloma to see if she can provide any additional?
And I just put in the chat, I'm totally okay with if I'm rolling more than 2 dice, 50% could totally be a bust for me.
Great. Yeah. I basically treated that as a bust once you called it out. You just don't know what that means yet.
Yikes. I'm sorry. I want to do I still see more movement, like another tumbleweed coming?
Oh, you're definitely seeing movement. There's at least 2 things still following him, possibly more.
Taking another shot.
Okay. Roll it.
That's a 10. That's a 10.
Okay.
Do you want damage?
I'm double checking. The damage on these particular things is more challenging than I realized, and if I had realized that, I would not have used this as my thing. Yes, go ahead and roll me damage.
And I technically have a rate of fire of 2 on this, so I think that means I can take 2 shots.
It does.
Great. Let me do another roll. Oh no. That's just a 4. It's not a bust. It's just a 4.
Uh-huh.
So, those are my damage for the first one. Which is a
Cool.
5.
Great. Yep, you think you hit something.
Great.
Really hard to tell because it's very dark. Alma is a great shot in the dark, apparently, unlike the rest of these motherfuckers. So she pops off 2 shots, and you see more. What you're seeing, essentially, because this is happening in the dark, right? So what you're essentially seeing is, like, you're seeing the, like, flare of something getting hit, and there's sort of, like, this burst happening. So you can tell that some of these shots are making contact, but you can't really tell what it's hitting or how much damage it's doing. That's fine, though, because now I just want everybody to roll me a dodge roll.
Cheater.
Look, I had to make this up out my ass because this was not how I thought this fight was going down. So, you know,
6.
4 for me.
yikes. Okay. Cool. Leon, you are.
You know, I'm
Dead.
actually surprised that it took me this long in the episode to like get hurt.
I'm also a little bit surprised. Leon, you are flung back. Julio, you are just kind of knocked prone, use a D&D term, as this dynamite explodes behind you. Several of the soldiers are also knocked down. You hear the horses, like, losing their fucking shit, and you can kind of hear over the whole chaos Crazy Monk being like, "See, I told you, they can find you in the dark, you don't want to go out after dark, Congratulations, you are out of combat. Not that we ever rolled in officially, but you are out of combat as these tumbleweeds are now on fire and start rolling away as fast as they possibly can. you see 2 fairly intact and 1 like partial tumbleweed just like fleeing in the opposite direction. On
Okay,
fire.
I'd like to roll knowledge and just know if I'd recognize them to be like a certain type of demon, or if can I notice that there are humanoid parts of them? Like, what am I noticing?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and roll a knowledge.
God, this sucks. 6.
This is
Better than 5.
You're better than 5. This is not a thing you have ever heard of before. It's not humanoid. You're not sure what the fuck it is. It's clearly sentient based on the fact that it caught on fire and switched directions. Like, so it's got some sort of cognitive ability to recognize what's going on. There is nothing about this as humanoid. It looks like a fucking tumbleweed that's been set on fire that is now fleeing for its life. And
Okay, I turn and run to Leon. Make sure he's okay.
Do I take wind or a wound or anything?
Yeah, you're gonna lose like 3 wind, just because you kind of got it knocked out of you when you got flung back, but you will not take any levels of wounds. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Perfect. I'm kind of just like struggling to get up as Julio runs over. You that packs a crowd punch there, young man.
I forgot the fire, but seems I owe you another one.
Yeah, 51.
Right. Just like you said, 49. And I like kind of pick him up and put him over my shoulder and give him like a pat on the back. And I kind of go over and like while walking him over, I kind of like go over and pick up Crazy Mike and I go, "You see, Crazy Mike, sometimes you need to be crazy to kill or harm the demonios."
Oh man, what do you know? What do you know? What have you seen? What have you know? What do you see? Are you one of them? Are you one of them? I think you might. You know too much. You know too much. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Crazy Mike, just keep his head down. Crazy Mike doesn't want to talk about it. Crazy Mike doesn't want to get involved. Crazy Mike doesn't mean no harm. You just don't want nothing in his head,
How
right?
does he smell to you, Crazy Mike? How does he smell to you?
Crazy Mike actually like stops and like hard kind of gets all up in Julio's business, just like. Okay, this time. Crazy Mike, give it to you this time. You're fine. I think he's human.
So finally, like last person, Julio walks up to Paloma and says, "Well, I'm not sure what you have on your hands here, but we do know that fire is not where they want to be."
That seems very apparent. Thank you. Are you all right? Do you need... I have seen many strange things. Many insane things during my time in the army, and I don't think I have ever seen anyone who is quite willing to take that on.
Yes, well, sometimes you just have to do what is necessary. Can you and your people verify that the track is safe to travel?
It will take some more repairs, but I think now that there is no longer, I hope, concern of whatever that was, we will be able to replace the track and have the train moving by the morning.
By the morning will do. That's enough time to get more whiskey and play a hand of cards.
I think you have earned it.
Finally, I like, turn to Leon. I'm like, "So? Was the weird what you expected?"
Well, I mean, you didn't really let it get too close. I didn't really get to see it. I really kind of wanted to see it. You know, I just didn't really get to see it. It just looked like some tumbleweeds to me.
Paloma looks at you and is just like, "Is your friend all right? I don't know why anyone would wish to see such thing."
And then, like, I start finally walking back to the horses, and I just go, "Friend is a very generous word, Paloma."
I'm growing on him.
Like cancer.
Look, as I walk away, I just shout over my shoulder. I just have a very curious nature.
Curiosity killed the cat. Do you always land on your feet, senor?
I mean, I always land.
May fortune be with you. I hope to see you again. Preferably in one piece. And you see her walk back to her soldiers and start barking out orders.
Okay, great. I want to head back to the stables to drop off the horse, and then to Harry's to play a hand of cards.
Absolutely. You get there with no further incidents. You can absolutely handle the horses. Yeah, Henry seems a little surprised to see you back this quick, but it's just like, well, you were true to your word. Great. Here's most of your deposit back and minus the whatever. You're basically down like $10 for the horses because that was a very short trip. Yeah, you can go back to Harry's. Do you want to just give me like 3 gambling rolls or whatever?
Okay, hold on. Let me just leave my numbers correct here.
Yep.
3 gambling rolls.
Yeah, give me 3 gambling rolls.
Where did you go, gambling?
I was like, that is a thing
Where
in this
did you
game, right?
go?
I think we'd established this last time.
Yes.
I just never remember. There it is.
Oh, the cards are hot tonight.
17, 8, and 8.
Cool. You make... Shit. God damn. I rolled really good on your behalf. You make $41
Let's go.
Let's go.
playing poker.
269.50 is my current.
Yep. You garner whatever I just said that was dollars plus 4 marriage proposals and several people's like addresses slipped to you with their winnings.
Excellent. Finally, I turn to Leon and I hand him $20.
Okay.
I go, okay. Now I only owe you 29.
Well, I mean, you kind of said that you owed me one more from the Diablo, so that's 30. I'm just playing. 29 is great. We'll put it on your tab.
Oh boy.
And then he orders 2 rounds of drinks from Harry.
Excellent. You've brought Harry a ton of business by playing cards in his establishment, as has been your method. So that's only going to cost you like $30 because he's just real excited to have all this new patronage.
I also want to buy. I want to buy Crazy Mike whatever he wants because I'm feeling really bad now about trying to use him earlier.
Yeah, you can literally ply Crazy Mike with the cheapest beer in the room, and he will be your best friend forever.
Yeah. I'll like throw. I would even throw like $10 at him to like get him as much beer as he wants for the night. Like,
yeah, he is just like kind of in awe and terror of you guys. So he is basically like your pet greyhound right now. He's kind of staying like kind of nearby and just watching you guys, and it's just he's still muttering all the time. He's like, gotta stay out of the dark, because the dark side they find you. But then if they do find you, you can find them with fire. You can find them with fire. That's what they figured out, right? And like anybody who's nearby is just like, oh god, it's changed now. His whole litany is different. Why? But yeah, he is now incredibly loyal to you guys because you fought the bad thing and you seemingly succeeded. I need.
I don't like how you said that word in there before succeeded.
Seemingly, yeah.
You saw the things run away. I would like you both to go ahead and give me cognition rolls.
Would love to.
Your most favorite roll. To get called for.
10.
That's my worst roll of the night. That's an 8.
Say I beat you, so that's
Yep.
great.
You actually didn't because you busted Nestor.
Get wrecked, scrub.
Oh fuck, I did.
It's fine. You don't have the bad luck hindrance. So it's only slightly bad. You're just very engrossed in your game, is what this is. You're just very engrossed in your game. You don't notice anything particularly. Leon, you see one of the Union soldiers, who you have now kind of identified. Like, it's not someone you specifically know, but you've kind of identified that they are sort of the peacekeepers in this town for the time being.
Totally.
You do see, like, one of them pop in looking a little bit, like, frazzled and go over to the bar and, like, whisper something to Harry. And Harry's eyes get real big for a second, and they kind of have a little exchange, and then the soldier leaves again.
I want to tap Julio on the shoulder. Hey, after this hand, come join me at the bar.
Okay. I mean, I finished the hand and go join him right away.
And I want to go up to Harry. Hey, Harry. What'd that guy have to say?
He takes a quick look around, and he kind of leans in close and is like, I think y'all maybe picked a bad day to Topeka. You remember earlier when you asked about who knows things?
Yep.
Do you talk to any of them?
I kind of like start looking pensive and obviously waiting for Julio to answer this.
What if we did?
You might want to watch your back. They just found Maggie out back in a horse trough. Whatever secrets she had, she took with her. And that is where we will end our episode.
Fuck yeah, Alandra. Fuck yeah.
Why did she have to die? But don't worry, we learned we can bring her back.